Ba, ba, ba. Hey man, nice Coke. Can I drink some more? Coke? Come on, I haven't had Coke in close to 20 years. Well, hold on. No, it's been more than 20. It's been more than 20. It's been like 25 years. Hi, Smile. Hi, Hobbit. Hi, Cairo. Yuli, Ohio. God, I love that derp emote. Ohio. Hi, Pixel. Alright, let's get through. That's the wrong thing to say. Not a let's get through. Let's partake in what Trogdor has said for stream. 751. You know, my coworker backstory is so odd to me. He told me he realized he couldn't do all three, go to college, have a job, and be a streamer. So he decided to cut one off and he dropped out of college. He's a YouTube streamer. He tells me about his streams unbeknownst to him. I know as much of the streaming space as him. The odd part for me, how all high and mighty he is with his streaming. Like, I get he's proud of himself, but at the same time, it's like, in a way that he thinks better than me. I think to myself, oh, I know so many streamers, if I really step down to it, I could network enough to probably have the same or more views than him. Like, it's cool he streams, but at the same time, you have to get such a big nose about it. That's incredibly annoying. Ugh. Look, I just didn't want to compliment your cock straight away. Okay. You haven't even seen that in a while. Now I go to bed, you stupid sexy boy prigger. Good night, Smile. I finally have something to use that isn't just poke awesome. Don't drink cock. Just drink Dr. Penis. Goodness. I find it really funny that Aaron Hansen fucking hated Poke Awesome for the longest time. Because it was like by far his most popular video. But like, he didn't put that much effort into it compared to the others. He liked some of his other series way more. But Poke Awesome was the one that was like the biggest. And so he's just like, I fucking hate this thing. What do you mean I haven't seen it for a while? All this cock and penis talk is making me thirsty, BRB. Hi, Sen. Whip it out then, since it's been a while. Not on this website. I was productive yesterday. Hi, Global. Hi, TikTok. I don't even want to read the rest of this. You started with TikTok. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My right hand died. And if it's anything like the last time I've had this issue... Okay. Back. It's green. Green. Whew! I was scared. The last time I had an issue where, like, I would gray screen and then hands would die, they could not come back turning them off and on. Still, having to turn it off and on, kind of concerning. Hi, TikTok mom, Facebook poster, CPS Dodger, child supportless, himbo Barbie. Should I be getting child support? As someone that hasn't been taking VRChat Gravier photos for like, who has been taking VRChat Gravier photos like you now. It's always the fucking low effort content that gets popular. It sucks somehow. But you get for continuing to neglect me. I mean, you don't use your hands to walk. I don't, but I still would like my hands swinging as opposed to just down at the right. Let's start stretching. We're at 9:05 already. Let's start stretching. Yesterday was fun. Yesterday was productive. We played Darktide. We played with Cairo, Maru, and Noodles. We played Barktide because we all had dogs, because Cairo's a fucking freak. And we did model stuff. And we verified on VRChat. So I feel like I was pretty good yesterday. We're looking at something else that's swinging. Okay, alright. don't remember yesterday, but remember the 1 hour nap turned into 8. Arctide was absurd amounts of fun. Pyro, my beloved Bun Bun. The dogs are pure comedy. I'm like, I really like the dog. At one point, Cairo said, man, this class is just OP. It's just everything all the other classes do, but you just also have this awesome dog, so it's just better. And I was like, don't say that. That makes me hate it. Any emote updates? Oh, no. There won't be any for a while. I commissioned an emote, and she told me it'll be a while, and I said, take your time. Hi, Juice. Thank you. You are not going to get any emote updates for like a month, probably. I noticed the dog a lot less on Heresy difficulty. I'm imagining that was just like an early assumption of Cairo. I would assume that like if you took an arbitrator and you took I don't know, an Ogryn, and you put them together and the arbitrator didn't have a dog but didn't have the talent that makes it lone wolf, I would imagine they're not the same. I would imagine the Ogryn has more stats and is able to contribute more than the arbitrator does. I'd imagine the dog is, you know, quantifiably a part of the power that they've kept relatively about the same. We have not finished the skill tree yet. Hey, that's still progress. Uprising and Malice, yeah, the dog has everything pinned down. On Heresy, there's just too many enemies. Yeah. Hi, Haxie. I was taking a nap yesterday in VR. And my fucking VR chat froze. Not like my headset. I was able to see everything fine in my headset, but VR chat itself froze. And so it was like, I just had to hard close it. And it was like, well, do I want to get back on just to say hi to people that are probably asleep anyway? No. Nap was really comfy yesterday. It was a Tuesday and we had so many people.
Each day, that's why.
Yeah. Oh, it's Wednesday? That means bounties have reset on Hunt. Hi, Oni. Time in a bottle intensifies. Boy, Haxie. He's lending it. Hi, Elder. That means we get trailers tomorrow. You know what? I don't want to do trailers now. We're not going to do trailers on Thursdays. I don't know why. I feel like getting back at Cairo. For what? I don't even know. Oh, sorry. Friday is trailer day. What about Weepo? Is that on? Nope. Hi, Kimmy. Fuck you, Yuli. You're watching trailers. I'm not a brat. I have two sides. I am absolutely a brat. Like, I just can't hide. But the other side is, I don't really want to be a brat. I want to be like princess. I want to be like treated like the party member that's always nice and wholesome and everybody loves and wants to defend. But then like somebody will do something and I'm just like, you're dumb. Like, and I just make fun of them. And I'm like, oh god, I could never. Or Repo Flower Morning. I Devilgated. Hi, Kyle. The free use elf. Okay, that also sounds. You want to be praised but sassy as a brat? Literally, yes. Did I do lunges? I think I skipped lunges. Oopsie. A whoa, a whoa. Hi, Wrath. At Trog. Boy Devil, hello, hello. Yeah, no repo today. I don't know when Koyo is planning to pick it back up. He might be waiting for like the next game, like Repo and Lethal Company. He might just want to break, and in 2 or 3 weeks we start Repo again. I don't know. But I asked him yesterday. I was like, "What's the plan for Wednesday?" And he answered me. No, I asked him Monday what the plan was for Wednesday. And then instead of hearing his answer, got up and went and got like a drink or something and did like dishes. And then I sat back down and I was like, fuck, I'm an idiot. Oyo, I literally asked you 10 minutes ago, but I'm dumb and got distracted. What is the plan for Wednesday? Please tell me a second time. And he said no repo. He said, he'll probably play Night Rain today. But he was also considering, he's considering Civ 7. I don't know what got him into that, but. Hi, Kumi. Have you ever fell while doing your stretches? I have not fallen, but I have been like doing this stretch and been like, whoa. I had to put a foot down. Been like, oh, I lost my balance there. I've never like had a full fall though. Let's just get a 20-person mod for peak and just do that, Chaos. Yumi subscribed at tier 1. You. I really appreciate it. Well, Steam critical error. Time to restart PC. Yeah, I figured you just had a crash there. You've got plenty of time, so. We are at Bendy's. But that incline down. I'm going to assume you can put that incline down. And it's already there! Nine-tailed Feetland. Elder, I'm starting to think you have like a foot thing. I'm starting to think this is like not even thinly disguised. Like, you talk about feet a lot, Elder. You've got about an hour before Ewan starts walking. It's a Matthews? What's a Matthews? Oh, blame Matthews. Oh, okay. I actually assumed it wasn't. If it's a Matthews sub, it doesn't go up. Peak seems like fun. I don't know anyone else who'd want to play it. I know a few people who would play it, and I'm pretty sure that if I got it, I could convince a few people to get it. I don't want to play it like that. I'd want to play it on like a Wednesday in a big group like Koyo's Lobby. Hi, Alex. But I wouldn't want to play it like otherwise. And so I probably won't be getting it. Oh. It's too heckin' hot. Dude. I woke up this morning. I did not take the trash cans out last night, so I go to take them out today, this morning. I had my pajama bottoms on. I was like, oh, it's like literally 6 in the fucking morning. I'm gonna need a hoodie on, right? I go outside, it's like 75 at 6 in the morning. I was like, oh god, this hoodie was a fucking mistake. I'm gonna get sweaty just walking down the driveway 2 times. Oh. Hi, Techno. At Kumi. I'd peek it up if there's a group running. I can't wait to gift it to you and so he can reject it. It should not be over 90 at 10 a.m. morning when tired. Yes, I'm seriously considered being a night owl this summer because this shit sucks until 10:30 p.m. My friend Foss Hobbit. He is a night owl in summer because his grandpa, I forget what condition his grandpa has. It's something not like arthritis. It's something that like affects his joints, but it makes him extremely sensitive to cold. But like he doesn't notice heat at all. So in the summer, he literally doesn't let Boss or his grandma touch the air conditioning. They're in fucking Texas. So literally until the like thermometer says 90 degrees inside, they are not allowed to touch the AC. when it does get to 90, the AC sets it to 80 fucking 5. My shit is on 70. Dude, they do not go below 85 in the summer. And Foss, God, poor Foss. He's literally just like, I sleep naked in a room with a fan on me all hours of the day until it's nighttime when it goes down to 84. That is the only time I move. And it's just like, dude, I feel so bad for him. Because I'm seriously considered being night owl. Fuck that noise, my shit is on 70. Sounds like a superpower. In my house, there is a power struggle between my mom and my dad. My dad wants it to be like 78. My mom wants it to be like 70. They have compromised on 74. So 74 is the like, we keep it at this when it's hot, which is pretty comfortable. In winter, I think it goes up to 68. Well, that's when they're here. Once they leave, I set it to 65, so it heats up to 65. Although, Hobbit, you weren't here for this. I punched the heating up to 75, right? That's pretty comfy. There was one winter where it was just like, I was struggling. And I'm sitting there like, dude, it's 75. I've got like 2 layers on. I'm like in a blanket while in pajamas and a hoodie. It's fucking cold. What? Have I lost so much weight that I can't even handle 75 now? I'm freezing. And I was like, maybe I just can't do 75 anymore. Maybe I got to turn it up to 80. I go upstairs. Or maybe I got to turn it up to 70, not 75. I turned it up to 65. I turned it up to 65 and I was like, maybe I got to turn it up to 70 because I'm legitimately like freezing. I'm teeth chattering, freezing in winter. And the heating is up to 65. I went upstairs, Hobbit. The thermostat had shorted. It had literally just like had a little like power out just in the thermostat and was off. And given how cold I had been, it had probably been that way for a fucking week. So like an entire week, I was just in an unheated house. It's like the lake is frozen in the backyard. And I'm just there like, boy, 65 sure is cold. Realistically, it's like 40 degrees in the house. Sounds like a superpower. Foss is light too. This is why summer continues to be the worst season. Foss has actually put on a bit of weight. He used to be critically underweight. He used to be like 100. I think he's gotten up to like 135 or 140. He's exactly where he should be weight-wise now. Because I always joke that I was 200, he was 100, and we've met at the middle now, and we're the same weight. 74 is fine. I just want the thing running constantly so it can be an active dehumidifier. My heater's on 68 during winters, LOL. I have it on... My parents have it on 68 during winters. I set it to 65. It's 74 in summers. See, my power company has flex days, so I can keep the AC going. But my power bill is going to be 500. Ugh, that sucks. We're at toe touches. I started ranting about the thermostat and just weather in general. I don't think I moved for like a good 5-8 minutes. Hi, Kimmy. Touch something else. Moss should have made themselves a succulent or a cactus. The way they'd be able to survive the heat more. Funny. Welcome back. I am 98 points away from Mooglin. Oh, boy. My house has central heating. But there's such a bad draft in the winter. There was an entire month where my house never went above 60 this past winter. Gah. I didn't have the heating issue this last winter. What the f... Huh. There's a new patch for VR chat, and I just saw the whole items thing. Thank you, Trogdor. Thank you. Hang on. There's nothing there? What? VR chat. VR chat, why?
Gotta add that. Gotta add the inventory.
That's so silly. Thank you. It's Odge. New patch is pretty good. You have to add it in. No VR chat update. What did they break this time? Only good changes. There's only good changes, although one thing seems a little odd. Oh no, VR chat update. More sticker and emote slots, and the items got a lot of use last night. You have to select the plus thing, then it added in. I didn't see anything to add. Is that a singular sentinel? It is. And 3 people in one instance waving the rainbow wand back and forth, just vibing to music. Okay. I have to add it. Items plus add filter by collection. There's nothing here. I don't see anything to add. That clicks nothing. Am I just supposed to know what to search for? They gave people a cube you can put in items. I saw in the video that they had a cube, but I can't, like, find anything.
Might need to switch to your view and see what we're looking at, because otherwise I'm not quite sure how to help you.
Alright. Got my view, right? There's those 2 cuties. Sentinel's right there. Oh, I can't touch your cube? So this is the new radial menu. You guys see this, right? Yeah. Items. Add. This brings up this. I click this, and I don't see anything.
Why don't you have anything? I thought
I don't know!
that one to everyone. Oh wait, you gotta claim it first. Now you
I
have
see. Okay. Gotcha. Now that I've claimed... Neato. You can put these.
you.
Okay. Yelin's pour of items, chat. And the stickers. Oh, yeah, Yelin, what do you think of the RV and Darktide? It was fun. I'm kind of torn between 2 builds. On one build, I want my dog to be as buff as possible so that I don't have to do shit. The dog does all the work for me. On the other, I want to be as tanky as possible so I'm not dead weight for the team and I don't die. But then my dog's not doing as well. And so it was a little bit of like, I don't know which build to go for. I feel a bit safer doing the toughness melee build. And so that's the one I was doing initially, and then I switched to the dog build. And then I think I'll probably switch back next time. Now watch as he untoggles his pants. Hey Miss Elin, whenever I sleep, I wake up extremely sleepy and groggy regardless of how many hours I get. Why is that? Because you suck at sleeping. Good sleep is not about how many hours you sleep, so don't just sleep more. It is about consistent sleep. So if you're, like, actively having bad sleep and it's a problem, what you need to do is, like, designate a time that you go to bed at this time and you wake up at this time. Don't fucking snooze your alarm. Don't stay up past that time. Get the fucking same amount of hours of sleep and you will get better sleep. It might not be noticeable in the first few days, but after a week, you'll start getting better sleep. consistent sleep is like the most important thing. Probably have to open the defo, not a loot crate thing. No cube touching, click the chest, Gamba, Chad Rat. So much Pride stuff. They know Ewan so well. It's Pride Month is when they're unleashing this. And so they're going to do like every holiday. There's going to be Valentine stuff. There's going to be Halloween stuff. There's going to be Christmas stuff. They're just going to do stuff like that. I thought this was a walking stream, not an unboxing stream. I'm going to assume this is exclusively VRChat Plus. You're wrong. Custom stuff in the inventory will be VRChat Plus, but actually stickers are no longer VRChat Plus. So you can only use designated stickers that are like default or from content drops like this, but even non-VRChat Plus people can use stickers now. Custom stickers, that is VRChat Plus. The big question everyone's asking, when are we going to upload our own items? And they've said not until 2026 at the earliest, because they want to test it. They want to test it. They want to make sure and see how people are going to use it. They want to make sure like people are using it appropriately. Custom items is not coming for a while. He's part of the cube now, the Wisdom Doggy Cube. You're also probably waking up in the middle of a cycle. Elon, is it bad that I sleep through your streams every day? Nope. Meanwhile, Break the Line plus Execution Order, just chewing through packs of Crushers and Maulers in Auric Maelstrom. A lot of people here are LGBT plus. I wake up at 3 a.m. often. There's also a lot of LGBT people in VRChat. Rainbow Flag is a good pick in general. Also, Wolverframe showing off the new Spider Warframe. And it looks pretty neat. Is she not out yet? I thought she was out. We've known of her abilities for like 2 weeks now. Crashers now available as an item. My very poor ARG items are going to be real. They have to figure out to screen every single type of phallic object. It's gonna suck. How to screen? Yeah. Also, Terminus Warrant with Castigator Stance is really good as well. You're just like belting off like talent abilities, and I'm just like, sure. Hi, Harley. Namis. Oh my. These fucking two. These fucking two. I'm hiding that. Where was I? Where'd Cammy stretch? That's where we... I feel fine that we're not doing repo today. I feel like, oh yeah, he's had a big trip. Of course, it's fine. I think once we get to the end of Wednesday, once we get to the end of the walk and it's like, okay, it's time to raid. Oh, he's not doing the thing. I'm going to be sad. I'm going to be like, we're not doing repo then. It's going to hit me later. Bad that I use the... Is it bad that I use the soothing voice of a cute femboy's white noise to go to sleep? First off, how dare you? Second off, no. Whatever helps you go to sleep, hell yeah. As long as it doesn't hurt anybody. You know, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody within reason, right? If there's some person who's like, why don't you use my soothing voice? You should be using me, not some dumb femboy. Fuck them. That's dumb. I realized somebody could fucking weaponize that as soon as I said that. Spider launches at 11 a.m. Sentinel summons a hoagie sandwich. I don't think I fall in the LGBT plus group. What? I don't know. I'd consider you not hateful to trans people. I'd say you do. Hasn't even been 30 minutes and you already blocked items. How dare I? What? Is it bad that I use the soothing voice of a cute femboy to hurt people? We'd Cammy stretch. We're at squats. We're at squats. We're at 9:30. We're behind. We're going slow today. Lesbian, gay, bi, turtles, plus, not any of those. I think you fit in the plus, because you were supportive of lesbian, gay, bi, and turtles. Also, maybe this was a bold assumption. You know, maybe it was inappropriate. I actually would have thought lesbian. I absolutely would have been like, oh yeah, totally with this one. Hating yourself is silly. There's more than enough assholes on this planet to handle the hating for you. What do you mean I hate myself? Does that count as being hateful to trans people? No. And you're not allowed to hate yourself. Love. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kimmy just hate me instead. No, absolutely not. I allow it. I disallow it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Elin, I hate myself. What are you going to do about it? Cry. You hate me and I hate you. Firm handshake. Uh-oh. Vetoed by Captain. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't like these jokes. You guys really want to hate yourselves and each other, fine, but not in front of me, damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, I don't want a sad femboy. I'm trying to be better about it, Trogdor. One of my go-to jokes in the past was extremely guilt-trippy stuff. I still do it a little bit where like somebody's teasing me and I'll be like, "Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? I don't understand what I did wrong." I'll still do that. I used to just like be very, very quick to go to that though. I used to just be like, "Oh, it's because I'm such a failure and you hate me. I understand. I get used to it. I do this all the time." I used to like have a sense of humor just along those lines. And one of my friends, Nick Swore, he fucking hates it and got on my case about it. And I still do it a little bit. And Nick Swore in particular, I don't know why, he makes it so fucking easy. I had a realization with him where I was like, I gotta stop. I gotta knock this off. This is something that I hate when people do to me, so why am I so okay doing it to others? I gotta fucking cut this shit out. I would beat you up if you did that to me. Now you're just sassy when I poke fun at you. I still do the thing where like somebody's teasing me a lot and I'll just be like, this one. Are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? I'll still do that one somewhat often. Because it's just that phrase, shoot the firm. That phrase in particular. One, it's like if you've heard it a few times, you kind of know what I'm doing. So it's like it's very not habitual or consistent. It's almost like a callback. You really need to learn to care about yourself, or at the very least find people who do. You know, I only just realized your VRC shoes look like my actual walking shoes. Hell yeah. I'm getting new ones somewhat soonish, but that'll be at the very earliest like 2 to 3 weeks. Man, I reset my PC and was just like, wait, I gotta back up everything halfway in. Oh no, true, now you're just sassy when I poke fun at you. I would beat you up if you did that to me. Jew thief confirmed, meanwhile me a dumbass. Wait, no, what I do? Genuinely what I do. Squish. See, that won't work with us since we both have an understanding. Hands hobbit a club. Eyes vi. I don't understand what I did wrong. The other 15 things you say to guilt trip somebody. The smothering will continue until morale improves. There are some people, I was dealing with one yesterday, who they're not always the like most attuned to like the vibe of the room and, you know, people's intentions. They're very straightforward. And so like Kyle, you know, Kyle's one of these. If you say, "I'm sorry, did I do something wrong? Are you mad at me? I can tell you're mad at me." If you do that with them, they're like, "Oh fuck, what did I do?" And so that has also been something that's like, there's people I can't do this with. There's people that just, you know, they will take it seriously. It's like, oh shit. No, you're fine. I was trying to be funny. They're like, this wasn't funny at all. As long as it's you. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm the opposite. 1, 2, 3, 4. Emotionally abusive femboy. Now hang on. I was just saying I'm emotionally sensitive and saying I take care of people on a person by person basis and adapt my humor to each person so as not to be abusive to people. You can't call me abusive when I'm doing that. When you say you're the opposite, Trogdor, are you saying, I'm being censored? What are you being censored by? Oh, did you get auto-modded? No. Emotionally abusive to people that aren't autistic. Got it. You can't say that. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's why you don't crack jokes with me. Got it. How you feel that way? I crack jokes with you all the time, Trog. I'm curious by what you're meaning when you say I'm the opposite. My hair is under my left ear cup. Okay. Fixed. I'm sorry you feel that way. Dude, I'm sorry you feel that way is such a fucked up phrase. It's so just like, I'm apologizing, but I'm absolutely not apologizing, and I'm putting you down. No, I got cut off by Twitch chat. The message failed and it evaporated the message. But now I forgot what I typed. Top 10 gaslighter quotes. My cousin, technically my cousin first removed, it was my dad's cousin. He would say that shit to me all the time, Q. There was one time where he was like, hey, Ewan, I was just doing work all day with your dad. Can I use your shower? Is it okay if I use your shampoo and conditioner? I was like, yeah, sure, whatever, go ahead. So he does. I go to shower later that night, and my shampoo bottle has been bent into a fucking L shape. I don't know what he did. It was literally like he fucking cracked this thing over his knee to get some of the shampoo out, and it's like, why? It was half full. Gravity would have gotten it out. But he literally bent it into an L shape. It literally couldn't stand on its own anymore because he had bent it so hard. A shampoo bottle! And so I brought this to my parents. I was like, what the fuck is cousin doing? Look at what he did to my shampoo. And they're like, oh, that's weird. Yeah. And I was like, well, I don't fucking want him using my shampoo next time if he's gonna break my shit. That feels really disrespectful. They tell him, they're like, hey, you kind of rough with Yulin shampoo. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'll apologize to him. 3 days later, I see him. I'm playing games with Prodiggity. And he opens the door to my room and he goes, hey, Yulin, just real quick. Sorry about, the whole shampoo thing. I didn't know you had a weird thing with shampoo like that. My bad. I'll just bring my own. We good? Cool. And he leaves. And I'm like, this isn't a me thing. This isn't I have a weird thing with shampoo. You bent it into an L shape, you fucker. And it was like, oh, I'm sorry, you have a weird thing with shampoo. Oh, this guy sends me into a fucking, tirade. I'm sorry you feel that way, sweetheart. Equals, you a dumbass motherfucker, Randy Orton on the shampoo. My actions harming you are a personal issue on your end. God. I apologize that you think I owe you an apology. Oh, just that I'm good with reading rooms. I see where everyone's going with jokes or their actions. Why flip the shampoo when you can just squeeze it to death? Oh, wait, that's just the cami stretch. You went into an... He does have a weird thing with shampoo, though. I fucking... Stab you. Taking care of other people's property is a personality flaw? Dude... We have a story about that queuing. I saw a Reddit post that is, am I overreacting? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. We'll get to it after, once we start walking, but holy fuck this Reddit story. I have like 2 more squats. 1, 2. We're at 9:40. Oh, we're going so slow. You might be. I'm the main character. NPC items don't matter. Some people are just weird with shampoo. I have 2 brothers that would try to refill the shampoo bottle with water. Several days before the schools, I had my brother pulling me off my brother trying to strangle him after an argument about that dumb shit. Good lord. My father pulling me off. Don't touch Yulin shampoo. He's very possessive. I am not weird with shampoo. You can use my shampoo. Don't fucking bend the bottle to an L shape that I cannot stand it up anymore. Like, I hate you guys. You're fucking pushing me. We're at the fucking thing. We're at the ab roller. Where's the pillow? Oh god, my cable. Ugh. You go this way. Ugh. Brother was riding a shampoo till it got a bendy dick. Is there anything else we shouldn't be bending? I hate. Just sounds like unmanaged aggression. I don't know what it was. 2. You know what else this guy did? He came to me one day. Like, Yuland, your parents said I could use one of the small drawers in your bathroom and just have stuff over there since I'm here all the time. And I was like, really? They said that? I mean, it's their bathroom, so if they said it, sure. He's like, okay, cool, thanks. I'm glad you're cool with it. My parents then come to me that night, and they're like, You told cousin he could have a drawer in your bathroom? I mean, I know he's here a lot, but that's kind of weird that you would suggest that, Ewan. And I was like, I didn't suggest it. He said you said he could have a drawer there. And we realized he had done the whole, your parents said this, Ewan said this. And so both of us thought the other had agreed to it. And he would do shit like that. And it was just like, this motherfucker. Ugh. Playing both sides. Mods, execute this creature. Game, I don't know who we're talking about. I just realized the funny sticker Haxie put above me. 4. I am the Lex. That's a good combo, Kumi. 6. 7. 8. 10 Demalcador's weird. Maybe being Ewan's roommate wouldn't be the best. Any wrong step could have set the femboy. I'm actually getting like, knock it off, Trog. I swear. 9. 10. Good news. I got all my stuff still. I'll just fucking talk to people before things become an issue. Be balling, big wang throwing. I might need to find a roommate soon. I might need to move in with somebody. If I lose Medicaid, it is a requirement that I have health insurance to live with my parents. I'm already paying $400 in rent. So if I'm paying like another $300 or $400 a month, I'm not breaking even on bills anymore. And so it would, it'd be, well, I need somewhere to go. Not be an ass and then, sorry you feel that way. I need a new one. It's Australia, so it'd be difficult to fucking get there. However, I would not be against that. I would absolutely not be against that, Haxie. We had a, like, easy visa method. Doesn't sound that bad. 9. New what? New roommate. Housemate? Fucking mood. 11. 12. This thing is hard. My brother and his kids make me mad. Mauled. 13. 14. 15. God, 20 is hard. Could be you. Only $13.25 per month plus bills. Is that what the total is, or is that what each roommate pays? Each? Holy, okay. Hang on. Wait, that is Australian. What is that in US? What? 860 US? Oh. So like 20 US. 16. 17. 18. I mean, it is in someone not America, which is a plus. Sounds like you need to start hoeing yourself more for income soon. I do not want to, like, put a paywall in Blue Twitch. I really don't want to, like... I really don't want to be, like, running subathons. Not that I think they're bad. I just don't want to do them. I don't want to be, like, doing the constant reminders, you know, hey, sub if you like the channel. Don't forget Prime. Doing that shit absolutely works. Bringing up Prime every 30 minutes 100% gets you more Primes and more money. I just don't like it. Doesn't want to do it. Need primers in chat. Australia is a pre-leveling zone. But offset because it's the hardcore PvE area. But you get 2 bedrooms, own bathroom, those common spaces, a lounge, kitchen, etc. Get a bot that does it for you. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Get walking. Let's get walking. Ugh. 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 One prime equals 1 incline. Actually, 2 incline. Based XX 49Gs. Get an apartment with Ewan. Just don't forget that in the contract that he needs to wear the maid outfit. Hi, Micaiah. Okay. Okay. We're going to this here. Put that here. We're going to switch to this. We're gonna move over this way. Kuro, I'm just about to start walking. You. Good job today. You know what? You know what? Excellent
Good
job
job
today.
showering.
I wasn't gonna mention that.
Seasonal shower complete.
Don't ride him too much over it. Otherwise he'll like stop doing it.
4 weeks preparation.
Oh god. I'm running over here. Hi, Squishy J. Anything I want to say? You have an amazing voice. Okay. Thank you. We are about to start walking. I'm going to put myself here. Need to open this. I'm a little behind on chat. Oh, no. Oh, we're walking through a short video to start with. Okay. Let's start walking. Hi, Joe. "51 minutes. I know, we were slow today. Thank you again, Kuro. Kuro was doing, I think it started with VR chat. I missed what game actually won the poll. Hi, Lopner. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, I'm new. Yippee chowder. See what I mean, though, Haxie? Almost an hour before walking begins. You had plenty of time to get sorted. Oh boy, walk time, 51 minutes. Who was I talking about before the raid? Roommates, that's right, roommates. It says you're slow. Hey, the longer the stretch, the longer I get to watch before falling asleep. With regards to, roommates. For me, it's an issue of, like, cheapest availability. So, like, right now, I pay $400 a month and live with my parents. If I lose Medicaid, I don't know what the cost of Medicaid is per month. It's probably not going to be, like, $300 to $500 a month. Because I'm on such low income, I could probably get it for very cheap. But, like, hi, Logitech. You know, that does make it a lot harder, even if it goes up like 100 or 200. And so, if my monthly bills, if they got up to like 1,000, then I'd be like, okay, maybe I start looking at roommates. Maybe I start like looking at the potential to move out to places that would let me have very, very low rent. There's a few places that I know of that they'd probably let me stay for like $500 a month, and they would not have the requirement of health insurance. And those would be options. I pay like $550 PW, but like I'm also cleaning up after pigs. Good job today, Elin. Hi, Proxy. We've only just started today. Gotta remember I need to take slow. Yes, you go slow. But it's already over? It's not over. Yes, Elin. I want die? No! Not allowed. In-game. What has you bummed out? What game were you playing? Was it Counter-Strike? You went to take your shower and I started getting ready for my stream. Yeah? Seasonal shower has that effect on Kuro. Kuro, what would make a shower easier for you? What would make it more desirable? Because that's what worked for me in exercise, right? I stream exercise, so now it's a social interaction, and it's a lot more fun for me. I look forward to exercising. So you gotta think about how could you do that with showering, right? How do you make it more comfy? Maybe it's instead of a shower, it's a bubble bath. Far less frustrating than CS. Careful, he'll start guilt tripping you. Should go hit some men. In a world of assassination, if you will. Oh my goodness, shower stream. Far less frustrating than CS. Was wondering why the season smelled just... You guys are mean. I remember seeing a, I don't remember what show it was. But, it was this kid who never showered. And his parents were always commenting on it. And then one day he showered and they saw that he showered. And they were like, oh my god, good job, wow, it's good job. And my parents are like, see, those are good parents. They're supporting him making small changes. And I was like, That's the opposite of what would work on me. If I do something that's supposed to be basic, you gotta treat me normal. If you make a big deal and celebrate or tease when I did something that's like just simple and basic, I never want to do it again. And my parents were just like, what? But you did a good job. You did the thing you're supposed to do. I was like, I did a basic normal thing. If you just celebrate it, I'm gonna take that as mocking me. Because I have to fight so hard just to be normal. Yeah, I hate that too. Good job wiping your butt today. Don't praise Elon for showering or he'll stop. I'll take praise. Even if it's like basic stuff. I'll take it. I'm not gonna get so bent out of shape over it like I used to. Now I want to play CS Forever Stinky E. What the heck? To what Senral said. Good job wiping your butt today. We have a story on that topic. So I saw a Reddit post. Am I overreacting? And the title was, am I overreacting for breaking up with my boyfriend because he won't wipe? Now, I've seen stories like this before, right? And it's always like, this ain't real. There's no way this is real. But basically, the way this story goes is, this woman, she and her boyfriend were dating for like 2-3 years. They move into an apartment together. And she starts, like, they each have different bathrooms. They've got like 2 bedrooms in the apartment, and they just, you know, they sleep differently. One of them tosses and turns. They like different beds. So they had 2 different bedrooms. Each of them had their own bathroom. She notices, she notices he never has toilet paper in his bathroom. It's just not there. And she's like, hey babe, are you out of toilet paper? And he's like, drop it. Okay. She starts, you know, doing his laundry and realizing he's kind of leaving streaks a lot of the time. And it smells bad. And so she doesn't drop it. And she's like, dude, you're shitting yourself. Are you wiping your ass? And he's like, no. Why would I wipe my ass? That's gay. And she's just like, I'm sorry. What? Dude, streaking, goddammit, please tell me he has a bidet. He's one of those people. He goes on to tell her that it's emasculating. That as a man, he can't have, like, things touching his butt. Links her to, like, a men's health thing. A men's health page about, you know, guys shouldn't wipe because, you know, it, puts down their masculinity, puts down their confidence. It's a way to, like, fucking, like, take away their confidence. And, like, she's just like, is this a fucking joke? And he's like, no, please take this seriously. And she's like, okay, you need to start fucking wiping. I don't want to be somebody that smells like shit and is shitting themselves like a toddler. And she wrote that his response was like a fake laugh. And he was just like, so this is how we break up. You won't accept me for who I am, and you're literally gonna break up with me over wiping. And she's like, yes! This is disgusting! This isn't not accepting you for who you are. This is crazy! And so, he packs a duffel bag. He leaves in, you know, I don't know where he stays, like a hotel or his family. Comes and gets the rest of his stuff a few days later. And this is where I think the story is fake. He starts sending her messages like, you'll never have somebody that loves you as much as I do. Or he sent her one text message that said, I hope the next guy wipes and you think of me, or something like that, which is like, okay, that's fake. That's not real. I have heard of these guys before. I have heard of, you know, anything that touches your butt is gay. So you can't have things touch your butt. You gotta be too manly to wipe. I have heard of this, but I actually saw a story about it yesterday. I don't believe it. I'm like 80% this is fake, 20%, oh God, what if it's real? Hey, now just think about it for a second. Imagine how much this guy saved his life not buying toilet paper. Hi, Riddle. That's gay? What? Product called Dude Wipes exists, bud. There might be one of those people here right now. Look, I'm gonna throw it out there. If you think you're too manly to wipe your own ass, please be too manly to look at crossing guards and cross the street whenever you want to, okay? That is so stupid. That is so disgusting. Just be too manly for any safety or OSHA thing, and just be so manly you get hit by a fucking car and break your legs, please. And then crawl around in the dirt because you're too manly for a wheelchair or something. This is so, like, mind-numbingly stupid. It's so just like, this isn't a real thought. This isn't like a human being. You're an NPC. If you actually think you're too manly, I'm talking about this for a long time. If you're too manly to wipe your ass, you don't deserve human rights. I'm gonna fucking, you don't deserve human rights. Low tier god commands you to blank. Hi, Elin, my ice cream taco. Oh my fucking god. Hi, Trogdor. Meanwhile, we got Elin doing the opposite. Be too manly to get your balls shielded from an x-ray exam. Oh my god. I wipe my ass. I don't follow to some security rules. Also, have you seen the Palworld Terraria crossover? I've seen a little bit of it. I've actually seen that it's really, really good. I was thinking about suggesting it in the Forever Pies group, because Forever Pies, it's gonna be our Sunday group. Logitech, Senril, Sheepy, and I. We did this for Forever Skies. And that was fun, although I don't think Forever Skies was that good of a game. And I personally was really struggling with Forever Skies, because I think that's a really good solo game. I think it's like Raft, where, like, it's fun, but the more people you have, you move at you don't move at a good pace for everybody, right? There's gonna be somebody that's ready to go every 5 minutes. There's gonna be somebody that's ready to go every 10 minutes. What ends up happening is that the 10-minute ends up feeling rushed if you move at the 5-minute pace. Or the 5-minute is like standing around bored for half the time, moving at the 10-minute pace. So with Forever Skies, we were kind of moving at Sheepy's pace. And I myself was often feeling like there's nothing for me to do, and I'm kind of just like going crazy. And so Forever Skies was actually like a really frustrating game for me to play. And I feel like games where you have a mobile base, it's like that. I don't really want to play games like this with more than 2, maybe 3 people. But I feel like Raft, that train game coming out, Forever Skies, these are good like 2-player games. Whereas like a game like Palworld or Planet Crafter would be much better for our Sunday days with 4 people. So, we're thinking Forever Skies. Sheepy mentioned Aloft, and I'm not really feeling Aloft. Planet Crafter would be good. I think Palworld would also be really good, especially since it just had its update. Hi, Kimmy. low-key attempts to get Power Wheel now because of the crossover. I mean, you can always jump from the ship and go explore. No, you cannot, Riddle. That is guaranteed death in those games. In Wrath and Forever Skies. I would assume the train game as well. Yeah, no, Forever Skies, it was a lot of fun. I just was going like cabin crazy. No yawning. Pixel, are you new here? Is this your first time? That's like our thing. In fact, I think I'm gonna get a yawn emote. I immediately yawn again. Yawnlin. Wait, in Raft you can't make more than one Raft? No! You are limited to one. Really yawn your ass. You are limited to one Raft for the team, for the group. And so you can make it really big. You can make it really expansive, and there's a lot of stuff to do on the raft. By the late game, you have a lot of maintenance to worry about with your raft if you haven't been collecting metal and making shark-proof edges. You've got engines to keep fueled. You've got beehives to constantly make fuel. You've got trees and a garden to water to make food and fuel. You've got water distillers to keep running. You've got animals to tend to. You've got birds to chase off. You've got batteries on all of your machines to keep charged. You've got your furnaces to convert materials. You've got your kitchen to make meals. Fuck, they should make a... Fuck, I forgot the game name. Yuli yawn your ass. There's a lot to do in Raft. And if you have like 4 people on a boat, you can honestly keep them all moving. Everybody can always find something to do. If you get to a point where it's like, I don't have any tasks to do, literally just bust out the fishing pole and start fishing. It is Raft was better to me than Forever Skies. Because Forever Skies didn't have an activity that was like, I'm out of tasks, let me start fishing. They might have added that now? I'm not sure. If they haven't, they definitely should. Oh, flotsam style raft game. There's probably a few. And like, I would say Raft is definitely like that. You're just limited to one raft. But it is 100% like you were just collecting debris and shit and building a water base from that. Raft was really good. Despite my fear of drowning and hating going underwater, Raft is so good that even I want to like play through it and go through it. I have beaten it, I think 3 times. And there's 2 stages that you have to go underwater. No, there's 3. There's the 2nd level, there is the city, and there is the skyscrapers. I hate those stages. I hate going underwater there. But Raft is so good that I'll manage to. For today. What do I need to do today? Oh, I need to clean the house and shit. I need to set up the stuff for tomorrow or for the trip. I need to yoink my mom's laptop and see if I can get that running for OBS and VR chat. And then if I can get OBS and VR chat working on that laptop, we're good. We're perfect. We're totally fine. What the? middle of the video. Oh god, it's Voss. I see why it's the... Oh, YouTube is doing that thing? Well, it was at the middle of the video because that's where I stopped watching last time. We probably had an incline day where I was like, okay, we're done, blah. And Float Sam, you can go in some island to collect islands. But every NPC have their own boat to go where you want them to go. So a raft game that every player have their own boat, more islands and landmark, instead of open water. Okay. VR chat on a laptop? It brings my gaming PC to a crawl. Well, Leon. Also, hi Leon. I'm not planning to be in VR. When I am on the laptop, I will be desktop in VR chat. Even without history being saved, I'm noticing YouTube starting in the middle of something. I see it a lot when my mouse hovers over the thumbnail, and it plays through the video in the thumbnail without sound. And then when I actually click on it, it's like, yeah, so you watch this to 10 seconds in, so we'll start it there. And I'm like, what? I watched 10 seconds of it without sound, and it was tiny. Go back to the beginning. What? Oh, I see. That should be okay. Yeah, VR chat is pretty easy to run on desktop, and I can go to some pretty, like, low performance worlds. I can pick some worlds that are, like, you know, pretty high FPS. We'll go to the PSO world. We'll go to the Black Cat. What's another, like, easy performance world I can go to? Oh, we can go to a Wind Waker world. So PSO, Black Cat, Outset Island. If the computer can handle VR chat, we'll use those, and it should be fine. Anything that is mobile compatible? Yeah, honestly, yeah. Even without history being saved, I'm noticing YouTube starting in the middle of something. This is, this zone in Star Wars is really, interesting. One, it's like the fucking autumn planet, right? All the trees are red and orange and yellow, so it's super pretty. But, the people on this planet are all, like, force sensitive. They're all force sensitive, and in particular, a very small number of them, can, like, just see the future. Like, they just get visions. And so, the Sith want to recruit this planet into the Empire and train a lot of them as Sith, right? It's like, it'd be a massive just source of Sith warriors. And the Republic doesn't really like them. The Republic does not like that they're force sensitive and their culture, but just thinks it would be really bad to let the Sith abuse them. And so the Republic is trying to use them. The Voss, that's the race here, the Voss, they're like, they've seen a vision that's like, yep, don't join either. And so they're like, that's exactly what we're gonna do. And they kind of just string along the Empire and the Republic, because they're like, we don't really want to join either of you. But they're not outright saying that, so they're like in negotiations as if they will. They're making me do actual work. I'll be lurking on earbuds. Okay. I hope it goes fast. The way the system goes is in Voss. If you are force sensitive enough, you start going through training to become a mystic. A mystic is the ones that can see the future. And then once you're a certain age, you go on a pilgrimage. You go on a pilgrimage to the Mystic Temple, and if you pass the test there, you become a mystic. Passing the test involves meeting with some of the ancestors of the Voss, and them testing you. If you fail the test, they basically get you killed. If you pass, you become a mystic. Most people fail. It's something like 1 in 100 pass, and the rest of them die. So most of them are not happy to be like super force sensitive, but the Sith, they want to give the ones that fail the option to become Sith Lords. They want to recruit them into the Empire and train them as Sith warriors. And it's a pretty convincing argument, right? It's like, hey, you can go die, or you can join us and maybe die. You know, we're not saying it's easy street being a Sith warrior, but you have a chance, right? You get to fight for your survival. And that is really appealing to a lot of these youths, because they're all like teenagers when they go through this. That's really appealing to them with, like, you know, hey, 99% chance you die. So a lot of them start joining the Empire. And on the Republic side, you kind of shut that down. Wait, so the ancestors are just dicks? All the hit on the temple? Not necessarily. So the way it works is, you go to the temple, and you get high as a kite. You basically drink this bowl of shit that makes you super high and start, like, talking to ghosts. You talk to 4 ghosts that are mystics, and they each give you a question. If you don't answer all of their questions correctly, they open a door, and they go through here. You have not done well. If you fully get through this hallway, if you go the whole journey through this door that we just opened, you can still become a mystic. If you don't, you're probably gonna die in there. And so going through this doorway, there's lots of ghost monsters. So there's like just a bunch of ghost beasts and creatures, and if you're not a fucking Jedi, or a fucking stormtrooper, or a bounty hunter, you just get torn apart in there, right? If you're like some 19-year-old just dude who's been training to be a priest, and that's all you have in life, you just get torn apart in there. But if you're a strong warrior, it's basically like, it would be bad to lose you for the culture, so we're not letting you die. If you fight for your survival and win, you don't become a mystic. Even though they say you'll become a mystic if you go through this door, you get to the end and they're like, oh yeah, no, the moment you went through that door, you failed. But you can still be of use to the Voss society, so you've earned your survival. You are not a mystic, you will never be a mystic, but you get to live and you get to be a warrior for your planet, for your people. The Sith start telling them, if they tell you to go through a door, you failed, you gotta turn right back around and come to us. If you go through the door, you're probably dead. If you answer all of their questions correctly, if you talk to the 4 dead mystics and answer everything right, then they go, great, you fucking nailed it. You passed the test. You're a mystic now. Pat, pat, pat. Good job. And you just, that's it. That's all there is to it. I'm a Sith Lord, I would destroy that temple. Why would the Sith Lords destroy the temple? So they are dicks noted. So the whole system is a scam. Angry lemon grab noise. Riddle, I don't think you understand what a Sith Lord would do in this situation. A Sith Lord thinks this temple is fucking awesome. The whole point of Sith is strength prevails. Strength justifies everything. A system like this that kills off the weak and only the strong get to survive? The Sith are like shedding a tear going, wow, what a perfect system. It's so beautiful. And they all think it's right and just and good. Oh, Boss Society is beautiful. The Jedi find it horrifying. The Jedi are like, dude, this is fucked up. Oh my god. But the Sith, they love the Voss. The Sith think the Voss are the coolest people. The new Sith Lord? The old one, probably not. By the creed of the Sith, the mystic system for the Voss is one of the coolest things ever. They love it. I need to make walking videos of this game. I think I can only do it in Ord Mantell. I think of the zones with beaches. There is Ord Mantell. Maybe Hutta. There might be like a little corner in Hutta that there's a beach on. Nothing in Terrace, nothing in Korriban. Nothing in Dromund Kaas. Nothing in... Coruscant. Nothing in Nar Shaddaa. Nothing in Tatooine. An ocean in Tatooine. Fucking imagine. Nothing in Terrace. There might be a beach in Balmorra. I'd have to check that one. Nothing in Hoth. Nothing in Belsalvis. I don't think there's anything in Corellia. I don't think there's anything in Voss. Maybe Belsalvis. I highly doubt it, but maybe. I won Bad Taco. Treadmill and walking in SWTOR. Brilliant setup. Really creative and clever. Thank you. Star Wars is not our only game. We have World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Star Wars The Old Republic, BDO, Minecraft, I'm forgetting one, Guild Wars 2. We have Guild Wars 2 also. Or the whole Order of 2 or something. They should have made more games and movies at those times, but not under Disney. Nar Shaddaa. Balmorra. Morrowind mentioned, let's go. I know it's not Morrowind. Hi, Bad Talk. It's very easy to do Bad Taco as well. It's a YouTube video, right? Oh, my hand is struggling. The YouTube video. I'm in VR chat, and I actually am walking against a wall like this. But we got a YouTube video actually doing the walk. Hi, Nick. Whenever Draenor from WoW is mentioned, I think Draenor from RuneScape. Iconic ESOST. There's so many video games I want to make walking videos of. We need to finish up WoW. I want to do Warframe. I really want to do Warframe. I'm halfway through BDO. We got to get that going. I would like to do Rift and Terra. It's a good way to get your steps in. I do 5 miles every day. And, yeah. It's probably been the best decision of my life. We used to be 205 pounds. Now we're 140. Great success. Who is the cute Neko? Are you Riddle? The puppy girl is Kimmy. The cat girl is Haxie. And Sentinel's with us, but they're a little off stream. Nice, thank you. How are you, Riddle? Wave, nice. Pop, pop, pop. Doing okay, but with a little bit of a headache. Music was doing my head in. Is that the world music? I feel bad for the people that join me like this. I just assume most of them, like, mute the world music eventually, unless they're just jamming with it. I will never forget one time. We were in a Banjo-Kazooie world. And somebody was just like, I can't do it anymore. I can't hear this music anymore. I was like, you've had this music on for 2 hours? What is wrong with you? Please, mute it and find something on YouTube. Yeah, it was just like a static hum. I need to do avatar work tonight. I need to clean. I need to set up OBS on the other computer. Those are the 3 things that I need to do in the next 2 days. Ugh. I don't like any of these things. Most of the times, I don't mind it. But when it's stuff like that, I actually go through the motions. You know what I just thought of? And this feels very silly to me. I'm bringing a car with, like, literally just me in it. Why the fuck do I need to set up my mom's laptop that might not even be good enough to run this stuff? Why don't I just bring my PC? I could just bring that. And, like, that'll work fine. Most times I don't mind it. Like I actually go through the motions. Today, what on the list is changing the car battery poles. Change the safety bolt on my tires. I do need to check the air pressure on the tires before I go. That is something that needs to happen. I brought my desktop PC around. I need to be mindful of the weight of components. Yeah, I think the only thing that's really crazy in it is the GPU. And the GPU is honestly not that big. I feel like if I laid it on its side, the computer would be totally fine and have no issues. I could potentially take the GPU out. I could just, like, pop it out. I still have the case for it. Yeah, lay it on its side. Yes, don't let people steal your PC and don't kill it. Well, I don't think they're gonna steal it, right? I got swapped to gels for my estrogen because my doctor was concerned about my liver. And not tell my drink when I take my Dexy. Kimmy, please. Literally, the doctor is the last person you should not be telling stuff. Oh my god, Kimmy, that's so bad. I need a drink. Kimmy, you fucking drive me to drinking. Let's go. Check tires. Fill washer fluid. Take a look at the brake fluid level to see basically how your brake pads are doing. Do not add brake fluid if low. See, you had me at 2 words in, and then everything after that, I was like, huh? What? Huh? To be fair, most of the time it's unplanned drinking. That's not fair at all. That doesn't make it better, Kimmy. I'm having trouble finding a new GPU. I have a 1080, but I heard the newer models didn't get better. Any recommendations? I mean, so, if price is no fucking object, the 5000 series is just what's gonna be the best. I got a 4070, I think. I forget exactly what I got. I'm really dumb with this stuff, Bad Taco. And so I had a friend build a PC parts list for me. And I just got that list, put it all together, and it's been working great. It's like I take my Dex, and like, oh, I might drink, because I forgot I took my meds. Analyzing Kimmy is made out of 80% alcohol. Anything new is Giga upgrade over 10. I'm still on my 1080 Ti. I don't drink that often, though. Just don't be a dumbass like me and not install the Moho drivers for over a year. Oh, no. I had forgotten that. As pads wear, There's more space for brake fluid. The level gets lower. New pads will push the level back to max. If you added any fluid, there will be a huge mess. I respect that, Sen. You know what the really bad thing for me was? The really technical thing that makes me feel fucking stupid. I got this Vive Pro. And at some point, the mic stopped working. The mic just died. It was like, no matter what I said, it wouldn't recognize the mic. But I could switch to the mic. I could, like, select it in all of my options. In my computer options, in my VR chat options. Just the mic on my Vive Pro wouldn't work. And so, I said, fuck it. And I went and got a Connextent mic. I went and got I got an Antlion wired mic. I put a magnet on the side of the headset. And attached it there. And that wasn't working either. I don't know why that wasn't working. I think that mic was just dead on arrival. But eventually, it was just like, man, this mic thing is just driving me nuts. I don't know what to do about it. I put my hand on my head. I was just like, I just don't know what to do. I felt a button on the ear cup. I was like, what the? Click. What does that do? And I see my mic light up in VR chat. Click. There's no way this is a mute button. Mic is no longer lighting up in VR chat. Click. This whole time, I had just pressed the mute button that I didn't know about on my headset, and I'd been muted for half a year because I didn't know about this button. Click. Oh my god. That sounds like a you mistake. I have never felt so dumb as that moment, Hobbit. Doing that and realizing it was just like... I didn't tell people for a week. I just told people like, hey, I fixed it. And they're like, oh, your mic's working. What was the problem? Oh, you know, just drivers. It just had to get in the settings and, you know, you know. Calling Cairo an airhead and you're just self-projecting? Listen. I'm just calling Cairo an airhead because he calls himself an airhead. And everyone else does. I'm just dogpiling in to be cool. Am I an airhead? I don't know if I'm necessarily an airhead. But I have very high highs and I have very low lows. When I look stupid, I look real fucking stupid, I feel. Just use maps. Granted, I need to update anyway because of that Intel chip defect. Apparently gels is way better than pills, so we winning. I might have these horns, but I'm low on internal RAM. Or something, Likes. Cairo's an airhead to be fair. Hi hobbits. Hi-yo. So not an airhead, just the dits. Hi mistake. What you mean when? Don't you always? No, it's not always. Euland is a brickhead. Hello. There are times I feel so creative and ingenious. I got the best ideas in the room. And sometimes it feels like nobody else understands it and I have to explain it to them. And not only that, but I can explain things better to people. And like, other people trying to explain it, it's like, oh, they actually don't get it themselves. And I have to explain it just better than everybody else because I'm just that enlightened and smart. I have moments where I feel like that. And then I have moments where it's like, okay, Yulin, here's the emulator for Mario Sunshine. Here you go. Well, what do I do with this? Extract all. Okay, I did that. Alright, now launch it. What do you mean launch it? Go to the emulator and open that. Okay, right, it's not there. Well, you loaded it, right? No. Well, you gotta load it. How am I supposed to do? Like, emulators and mod packs. Oh my god, I feel so stupid dealing with those. Do you have ADHD? I have, in recent years, suspected that it's very possible that I have ADHD or very mild high-functioning autism. But I'm not tested on this at all, so I'm very hesitant to say I have either. I can look at the symptoms, you know, people with ADHD do this, 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 and this. And it's like, ooh, of these 17 check marks, I just hit 12 of them. That's a lot. But like, I've never been tested, and I'm very hesitant to self-diagnose. I'm not fully against self-diagnose. There's a lot of people that are like, never self-diagnose, you're not a doctor. I'm okay with the self-diagnosis with an asterisk, right? If somebody starts going, I have ADHD, but I'm self-diagnosed, I'm okay with that. When somebody starts going, I have ADHD, 100%, and it's like, is that from a doctor? And they're like, nope, but I know I do. That's when I'm like, okay, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. But there's a lot of people who, getting a diagnosis is very difficult. Getting a diagnosis is very difficult, right? It's either going to cost a chunk of money that they might not have, or like there's a waiting list, right? I remember seeing a story from somebody in New Zealand where they had to wait 2 years for an appointment. And after 2 years, it got canceled. And so they got put back to the end of the waiting list and had to wait another 2 years. They had to wait 4 years for an appointment that they set up. Just because there was such a shortage of like, psychologists at the time. It was psychologists or the other one. In that 4 years, they had basically gone through like a lot of self-research on ADHD. And it's psychiatrist or a different profession. I always mix the two up. There's psychiatrist and another one, and one of them requires a doctorate and the other one doesn't. In that 4 years though, this person had done a lot of self-research, and they were like, I hit everything with ADHD. Like, this is a symptom I have, this is a symptom I have, this is a symptom I have. They hit all these things. And so moving forward with that understanding, they started looking at a lot of like, this works for people with ADHD. And it was working for them. It wasn't like, okay, give me a fucking handicap card for my car so I can park in handicap spaces. It was more of a like, I have trouble being productive and getting stuff done, but if I look at these things, these resources for ADHD people, they are working for me. And so because of that, they were like able to better function in life. And that was the benefit of self-diagnosis. It came with the, you know, if they ever talk about this, they are not claiming I am ADHD 100%. Even though in their mind, they were like 100% ADHD. But they were never crossing that line of, I don't need a doctor to say this. It was just, I am looking at the help that is working for people with ADHD and moving forward as if I have been diagnosed. But I am still waiting in line for that doctor's appointment. That is the situation where I'm okay with self-diagnosis. I'm a slab of dry clay head. I also need to test. The fact that you won't touch Unity until gives the dopamine, you should get tested. Oh god. I'll have you know I was working with Unity yesterday. I got diagnosed with ADHD 1 year ago, so psychiatrist. For me, Hobbit, I have a lot of trouble testing stuff. With Unity, I really struggle to like just try stuff, just click buttons. To me, I see so many options and I just get choice paralysis and won't try them at all. Come here. I hope it goes fast. Thank you for hanging out today. Mwah! Squunch. Time to lock in. For me, it's like, I hate testing stuff. I really struggle to like see 20 options. Well, what happens when I try this? What happens when I do this? To me, it's like, even though Unity has the fucking Control-Z function that's like, oh, this didn't work? Literally just go back. I am scared to just push buttons. I started to suspect ADHD. I got a new job with a boss who has ADHD. And she clocked me immediately. I got tested and the doctor was basically like, you smoke weed, get the fuck out of my office, asshole. Oh, lovely. Gimme, hug, pat, love. We're at 2 miles. Now I hit all the buttons. Why my Miltina is hot as fuck. I don't know why, I'm just scared to try stuff. I really want to do it right the first time. And so I want somebody there being like, okay, press this, press that, press this. And then once I know how to do it right, I can just do it, right? Once I know the process, I can filter out all the unnecessary stuff I don't need, and I can lock in on that process and do it very fast and efficiently. Maybe get checked for autism too, lol. I'm not really looking to get tested. Get checked before Missouri rug pulls your health insurance. Well, here's the thing, Hobbit. The health insurance is fake. Like, yes, I have health insurance, but like, if I say, I want a doctor's appointment, they're like, great, go. And I'm like, go where? They're like, we don't know where you can go. You gotta find out which ones are in network. What? Okay. I call a doctor. Are you a network for this? No. Okay. Call the next one. Are you a network for this? No. Why would you think we're a network for this? My health insurance will not tell me what is in network and what isn't. Like, actually using it is like, I have to spend tens of hours just figuring out from all angles what actually works. The point of that is so that nobody actually fucking uses it. Meanwhile, they're sending out emails and newsletters that's like, hey, we want to make sure you're healthy. We'll give you $25 to go to the doctor. America Health Insurance be like, oh no, mistake. That's just Missouri. That's on the upper end. In other places, they don't even get that. Missouri is like a state that's like, if you make less than $12,000, you get free healthcare. Other states, not even an option. It's frustrating. It's a massive headache. It's just like, what the fuck? Ugh. It's one of those things in like, I want to do things right the first time, right? So when I feel like I'm wasting my time and going in circles, it's very demotivating and frustrating, and it's very easy to just walk away from it. But yeah, America Health Insurance. I live in Poland, so in theory I have free healthcare. In reality, I need to pay anyway if I want shit done, and not wait for like 2 years for an appointment. You know, it's funny you mentioned that. My friend Koyo, he was just in Poland for 3 weeks. He was raised there. I don't know if he was born in New York or in Poland, but the first 12 years of his life he grew up in Poland. Then he moved to New York. He was just back there for 3 weeks. They almost didn't let him back in the country. When he was going through TSA, when he was going through customs, they were like, "So where were you?" And he's like, I was on a farm. And they were like, "Why'd you hesitate? Explain this farm." He's like, "Well, it was just, like a farm." So there were animals there? No, there weren't animals. So it wasn't a farm. He's just like, "No, it was a farm. It just didn't have animals." And he had to explain to them like why he hesitated, why he was at a farm. He had to show them pictures of the farm. But it was just one little thing. "So where were you?" I was at I was living on a farm. And they were like, "We don't like that you paused there." They almost didn't let him in. I'm very happy he's back, though. He came back just this week, like just Friday. And he streamed Monday. He didn't stream yesterday. He's gonna stream today. I'm planning to raid him. But, Farmcation? Oh, Farmcation. Vacation. He's not planning to play Repo. Blah. That's fine. That's fine. We can have a little bit more of a break from Repo. Dude. Stream crash for me, GG? I don't see anything about a crash on my end. I was just talking about my friend who was in Poland for 3 weeks, and he just came back. I need a drink. I think he's thinking Wednesdays are his community days. And he's a little tired of Repo. So he said he's thinking Civ 7. And I'm like, Civ 7? That actually sounds kind of fun. I don't know if I have the time for Civ 7 right now. I'm like, still deciding. I'm still mulling over like, do I wanna do that? I don't know. God, Civ 7 sounds fun. And playing with Koyo sounds fun, but fuck. I really shouldn't commit to like, well, I'm not really committing to anything. It's stuff that I would have done anyway, right? Instead of playing Repo, I'd be playing Civ for 3 or 4 weeks. I'm not really losing time because I was committing to stuff. I'm talking myself into it. Poland mentioned. I cannot actually speak Polish. I remember at one point Leon and Mistake. I had a friend, another Polish friend, teach me a Polish phrase. Specifically, they taught me how to pronounce it and say it, not write it out. And so we were like in Lethal Company, and I said it next to the friend. Or no, it was the Lethal Company friend that was teaching me to say it so I could say it next to the other Polish friend in VR chat. And specifically one that I wanted to say was, God, he's so cute. My legs are quivering just being next to him. And I said that in Polish and they were just like, what? And I was like, huh, what's up? They're like, what the fuck did you just say? I was like, I didn't say anything. I was just clearing my throat. And they're like, no. Hang on. Oh no. Elin rationalizing time. Whole sentence in Polish? It was very busted. It was very, like, not good. And that's why they were like, I understood half of that, but I understood this part, huh? Polish is a hard language. Well, I mean, any language is going to be hard. Getting the pronunciation of stuff is hard. I think I pulled the joke off, though. I think I nailed it, and it was very funny. And since then, I've completely forgotten what the phrase was. We're at 2.5. We're at 2.5 miles. We're cruising today. What's another story I have for you guys? Oh yeah. I mean, so the big two things were Darktide yesterday and VR chat update. We talked a little bit about the VR chat update, but for some reason a lot of people in VR chat want to learn how to swear in Polish. Oh, well, that's just any language, right? They meet you, they find out what language you speak, and they're like, teach me the swear word. For me, there's not really a language I want to learn. There's a few that I can see being convenient, right? Watching anime knowing Japanese sounds nice. That's really about it. Any language I would learn aside from English is just like, I literally live with somebody who speaks this language. So like, if I lived in Germany, I'd want to speak German. If I lived in Finland, I'd want to speak Finnish. That's about like the extent of my thought process in learning a second language. But the VR chat changes. So they had a patch this morning. It's live. They have added an inventory. So it's a better way to organize like your stickers, your emojis, your items. What? An inventory. Hi, Sir Noble. What the? Did, Batterino just hard crash? It sure did. I waved at Chernobyl and it just pew. The first step to loot boxes. Hi, Smug. They have said very sternly they are not doing loot boxes. I'm pretty powerful, potent even. Really, Chernobyl? I don't know if I believe that. I'm gonna have to test this firsthand. VR chat changes. Inventory for emoji, stickers, items. And people are like, items? What are those? So they're the things that you can like literally plop down. Right now there's the rainbow wand and there's the reference cube. The blunder cube. They're going to add more things. They're going to add more things with content drops. And so content drops are going to be like, hey, for this month, if you log into VR chat, you're going to get these boxes. They're not loot boxes, but they're going to get like, they're going to be prizes. Literally just login rewards. Where you just get the things. And so the more you play, the more of these you'll collect. To be fair, Valve kind of started the whole loot box thing. I remember people finding the TF2 inventory system in the code, and being like, haha, what's this? Then Valve invented loot boxes now. I actually don't have a problem with loot boxes. Loot boxes are totally fine in my eyes. The way Overwatch initially did them. You know, with the Overwatch, you know, you'd have skins, you'd get a loot box, you'd get 4 pieces of loot. Some skins, some points, some sprays, voice lines, just stuff like that, right? And as you got more and more loot boxes, and you got a lot of these for free, you would just get enough points to buy what you want. And so, like, the more you played or spent, the easier it became to get exactly what you want. That new skin comes out, you can buy it outright. Or you buy 20 loot boxes and have a chance to get it. And if you don't, you probably have enough to get it. I thought that was a good system. It, like, very strictly, not strictly, it very, like, correlatively one-to-one rewarded people for playtime. Whereas, like, if you only played a little bit, yeah, it was hard to get the things you want. Play the fucking game. I thought that was not a bad system. It was also 100% cosmetic stuff. And so when you start putting, like, power behind loot boxes, that's like, this fucking stinks. My problem is it's slot machines for kids. I do agree with that. He's so pure and innocent. I do. When it becomes slot machines for kids, I was kind of only thinking of myself and, like, adult peers. It's like, ah, shit. That does kind of ignore the predatory elements. In that regard, I mean, what's a good system then? Would you just say if you have loot boxes, it's got to be 18 plus? Games gotta make money. Should it all just be, nope. You get a small amount of coins for playing the game. 18 plus won't work. Just don't let people sell or trade them. I'm fine if they're a contained thing. Once they start becoming an economy, I'm counting the death knell of the community. He's so pure and innocent. The children yearn for the min, for the gambling. No, for sure it's understandable. We all would hope that kids wouldn't be able to interface with it, but those little fuckers would find a way. Games only gotta make money because there's an unrealistic expectation of profit for games. I'd be fine with loot boxes, but my RNG with everything is terrible, so therefore loot boxes shouldn't exist. I mean, like, did the 18 plus or not sign stop any of us as kids? Not necessarily. There's no way to do loot boxes that doesn't encourage child gambling. So let's look at Overwatch then. How should they run this game? How should they run a game like Overwatch? Is it just you buy it for $40 and then every content pass it's like you can spend $10 and get all the stuff there? Alright, I'm hopping in VR. Should it just be like, it is always you have to buy this outright, no loot boxes? We need recurring fees. We need, like, you know, you pay this much for it to come back. Otherwise, what incentive is there for them to add new stuff? Should a game always be profitable? You know, I mean, yes, it should be. That's probably not exactly what you're saying, but games only gotta make money because there's an unrealistic expectation of profit for games. Yeah. Yeah, and there's definitely, like, bullshit. Like, we saw with Hi-Fi Rush. The game sold, like, 2 million units. Did well. Not a commercial success because it didn't sell what they wanted it to. But I'm thinking, like, what it would be a good system for things like Overwatch, right? I don't know. I feel like I kind of liked loot boxes. And it's just like, you know, make it 15 plus. Make it so that, it's a 15 plus game. Not necessarily 18 plus, because I think that's a little steep, but 15 plus and no trading items. I feel like if you don't have that, the game just loses stuff. Like, it's just less of a game if you don't do that. The little tippy taps. Chernobyl is fast approaching your location. Hi. I'm gonna get a drink. Also, we're at 2.8. I think we're gonna be at like 5.8 when we finish this one. Loot boxes have their place. Problem is, most of these companies hire psychiatrists to make them as addictive as possible. Yeah. Yeah. I'm kind of just thinking, like, how can loot boxes exist without it being predatory? Like, are they inherently predatory and you just should never ever do them? Or is it like, is there an age that should be cut off? Is there a specific, like, don't do this with loot boxes? If you're so quiet.
I'm quiet?
You're quiet.
Oh.
Like, maybe wrong mic.
That should be better.
No, that was much quieter.
What?
I can just barely hear you. Is your mic on your head? Hi, Fishy.
No, it's a PC VR.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I didn't even understand that.
That's wild. This is my desktop mic.
Ah. It's just how they monetize them. EU is already putting a stop to some by forcing companies to only sell in currencies that will result in zero left over. Find as many loot boxes as you can. Hi, Ronu. I do agree with that, though I think that's a bit of a different issue. I think it's very frustrating when a skin costs like 800 coins, but you can only buy coins in like 1,000. So if you want the one skin for 800 coins, you have to buy 20% over. And then you feel like you've wasted. So you buy another skin. You're 40% over, and you have to buy essentially like 6 skins to not waste any of your money. I think that's fucking shit.
I hope that's better.
It kind of sounds exactly the same. Maybe it's the fall off of this world. Come stand next to me.
Hello.
Oh, that's totally better.
Okay. This
So-
conversation is fucked up from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're looking at the icing on top of the cake and judging the cake from the icing.
Okay.
The profit made off loot boxes doesn't go into making the game better. It's just publisher profits. Games don't need to be making that much money. We just started making them need to make that much money.
I think
You can't have a loot box system unless people want what's in the loot box. And then they're gambling for them. Even if you can earn loot boxes from gameplay, the trend that we're seeing is make it worth dozens and dozens of gameplay hours to earn loot boxes.
I think that's just wrong. I think what you're saying is
That's
just
just
wrong.
wrong.
I think it's just wrong. Because I think of games that have skins, and I like skins. I like playing League of Legends or Overwatch, and, you know, the default skin looks cool. But when new skins come out, I want the new skins. I feel like the game is absolutely better for skins. The game is better for skins. So when you
Do you
say,
like Coca-Cola?
do I like Coca-Cola? No, I hate soda.
You don't like soda? What do you like?
I like milk.
Do you like any processed foods?
I love a lot of processed foods.
Yeah, foods designed to make it so you like them. When you're talking about you like the game that has skins and you think it's better to have skins, skins don't need to exist with loot boxes. You can buy skins directly.
Right.
They don't need to exist with that wrapping around them to gamble.
I can agree with that. But,
It was designed so that you like it.
well, so here's the thing.
That doesn't
When-
mean
When you have loot boxes in Overwatch, you didn't have to buy them. You could get them for free by playing the game. So you enjoyed the game, you enjoyed the grind of the game, but you got rewards for playing the game by getting cool things by playing the game.
yeah, huh? And what about children
No,
who don't have that kind of that willpower?
I agree. That's where
What
I'm
about-
like, loot boxes fall short, and I'm like, this is a problem.
It isn't inherently a gambling mechanic in a product mostly aimed at teenagers.
That I do think is problematic. But the loot box system itself, so that's why I'm thinking, like, if a game has a 15 plus rating, so like when you go to a website and it says, are you 18 years old? That didn't stop us as kids. I
Didn't
feel
stop.
like a 15-year-old, or maybe a 12-year-old who's like, Mom, can I have this game? And she sees a 15 plus rating. Would you say that's the responsibility of the game, or the parent to be like, nope, you do not match the rating of this?
again, you're looking at the top of the cake.
Okay.
The ESRB is a company. It's not a government system. It's not like properly managed in any way. It's just a thing that was set so that the sale of these type of things would be allowed.
Okay. So
ignoring gambling-
the little like semantics of the company. If we had a proper ESRB rating, would you think that's appropriate?
No,
No?
because I don't think an ESRB rating stops many game sales.
Okay.
Especially the fact that many game sales take place online, not like even in stores.
True.
The system is gambling, and we're putting it in the product for children, and that's the problem. Everything else is the aesthetics of the gambling.
Loot box is a multifaceted issue. My lovely mommy Spacefish. There's several big name games that sell loot boxes in an amount to where you always have leftover currency. He's half right. That's the latest Destiny 2 business practice, but the cake is air already. I know you like skins, milk. I think
love
of
skins,
games.
too. You should be able to buy skins directly if you want to buy skins. I don't think it should be wrapped in a gambling mechanic.
Well,
And
that's
if it is
worse for
wrapped
me,
in a
though.
gambling mechanic, the only ones that I think are anywhere near good are the ones that have guaranteed rolls after a certain point, and those tend to be gacha games, but those games inherently promote.
But getting to
Even
that
the
guaranteed
gambling
roll are
mechanic.
usually way, way worse to get there.
Yes.
I don't like the guaranteed purchase of a skin in a game like League or Overwatch. The reason I don't like that is because that takes away the free-to-play elements. If you play enough Overwatch, you can get skins for free. If you play enough League of Legends, you can get skins for free.
You can see how that works without loot boxes, though, right?
Yes,
The
but
same currency can be used just to buy the skins directly.
Yes, but so with loot boxes specifically, so you've got loot boxes that, like, let's say they only had skins, and a game has 1,000 skins, you want one. You would have to roll and roll and roll until you get that skin. You need something that's like a way to eventually target what you want, right? That guaranteed roll. Overwatch had that. League of Legends has that. In Overwatch, you get coins, right? So, let's say you get 4 skins. You open another box when you level up. You get 2 repeated skins. Because they're repetitions, you don't get anything for them. So instead, they transfer. Hi, Yuki. They transfer to coins. The more repetitions you get, the more coins you get, and then you can eventually get the exact skin you want. You get that guaranteed roll that you mentioned.
You're still describing the icing, Yulin. The thing built on top of the loot box system. Because those coins that you get can just be acquired through free-to-play actions, like rewards for playing well, for getting commendations from other party members. And then you could use that to buy the skin you want. Or, here's a way to keep your loot boxes, because I think you might just like the act of opening loot boxes. If you can't buy a loot box and you can't buy the currency for the loot box, but you can only earn them.
Again,
That's still
I think you're wrong.
Gambling away, but at least it takes away the actual problem point.
Again, I think you're wrong because you're coming at this without giving the full info. In Overwatch, you get a box every time you level up. And there's people that are like level 4,000. There's not like a limited amount of level ups. It's like 1 to 100, you
Yeah.
start leveling up really fast, and then at 100, it takes this much. It takes 5,000 experience for every level. Every level up, you get a box for free. So like, the box is just the system. I don't think that's just the icing though, because you're getting free boxes. It's not like you have to buy boxes. It's just you can level up, you can play the game and get a free box, or you can spend, this much money and get 20 boxes. I don't think that's the icing. I think that's just the system.
What do you dislike about an alternative where instead of earning loot boxes, you earn the currency directly and can use that to buy the skins that you want.
It's not necessarily that I
different
dislike it.
That.
I just think they're close enough that they're both okay. I don't see how...
But they're not.
I don't see how leveling up, getting boxes, getting coins, getting the skin you want is different than leveling up, getting coins, getting the skin you want. I think there needs to be a little bit of, like, extra hurdles, because if it's too easy, if you just get the things you want for just playing the game too easily, the game will fail. Because there's no reason to, like, buy the game. If it's like, well, let's say a skin comes out, and you just play 5 hours, you get enough currency to get that skin, that's like, it's too easy, nobody will buy anything. My examples for this, hi, see Fire Mage. My examples for this are WildStar and Heroes of the Storm. Both games that have failed because nobody was spending money in their stores because there was no reason to. You just got too much of what you needed, and you were able to get the things you wanted instantly. Alternatively, you have those guarantees, like League of Legends. When you level up, when you accomplish certain things, you get Hextech chests. You open them, you get a bunch of loot. You get blue essence, which you can buy for champions with. You get champion shards. You get skins, board skins, emotes. You can choose not to add any of those to your thing. You can just trash them and convert them into orange essence, which is the money shop stuff. And like, it's tedious. There's a little bit of, that predatory nature of we're adding multiple currencies. We're like trying to frustrate you to make you buy this. But the alternative is it's too easy and the game fails. And so I'm okay with a little bit of hurdles. I really like play the game, you get the rewards. Whether that comes with the skin of loot boxes and the randomity of that, where you could get totally lucky, or you have to take the long route and eventually get that guarantee, I am okay with.
The reason I keep describing this as the icing is that you are building this idea on the concept that free-to-play games can't be profitable without loot boxes, and trying to find a palatable way to do loot boxes. I am looking at the cake and saying free-to-play games existed before loot boxes, and they were profitable. So we can do that. It's just they want to be able to make more like an infinite profit by having people constantly rolling what they want, because you will always be able to purchase a loot box in the game with real money.
Let me redefine my argument then, because I feel like I have not portrayed it clearly. I don't think these games need loot boxes. I think they have used loot boxes, and that's a good system for them. I think other systems would work. I don't think loot boxes are worse than those other systems. I think loot boxes can be worse. I think when you put any power in these systems, when you put any advantage that's like a better character that just has a high win rate, a better gun, a better armor, I think that is extremely problematic.
How about we just talk about cosmetic?
Okay, yeah.
Only cosmetic changes we're talking about, and you don't think the loot box is worse than the other systems we had before?
I don't think a loot box that has a currency that eventually lets you get what you want, where you also get a lot of this for free to play, is worse. No, I think it needs to come with those gradual rewards for playing the game for free, where you can be in the loot box system. I think you also need that guaranteed of like, you haven't gotten the thing you wanted, here is your, you can get it now because you've participated in this enough. I think those two things need to be there, and then I am okay with loot boxes.
I think then you are not understanding the core complaint with loot box.
Okay.
Because the core of it is that no matter what form you put them in your game,
Mm-hmm.
they encourage gambling because this is you want a thing, you are hoping for a specific outcome, you are randomly rolling with terrible odds, and you're likely not going to get the thing.
Uh-huh.
The easier way to get the thing in games with loot boxes tends to be to give them a large sum of cash directly to either buy the product or buy a larger number of loot boxes.
Uh-huh.
And because we understand gambling and what it does to people, and that gambling in itself, the act without the outcome, can become addictive and does become addictive.
Uh-huh.
That is why people are against loot boxes, because these are aimed at youth who are more susceptible to these types of patterns and falling into these traps of addiction and carrying them into their lives because it's not just going to stay in the game.
Right.
Loot boxes are training wheels for casinos and gambling addictions. And that is not a thing we should have for children who do not have any kind of defense against this. Yeah, punch him, punch him, punch him.
I recognize it's
Yeah.
problematic for kids. Hi, Cairo. I
That
recognize.
is the core. And because we cannot, unless we have an ID system to guarantee that interacting with this means that you have to be an adult, we cannot have a way to protect children from this in games, because games are aimed at teens and young adults.
I recognize it's
why
problematic for
people
kids.
do
100%.
not want loot boxes in games, because no matter how you format them, the requirement is still that you gamble. Not just gambling like in a sense of a roguelike trying to draw cards. You're gambling with something that has a monetary value, and they are restricting your access to it through the gambling.
I recognize they're bad for kids.
Recognize
Outside
they're
of
bad
children.
for kids?
Outside of children.
It's not, but you cannot
if
do
you-
outside of children,
I'm gonna,
because these are
I'm gonna
products
start
with
turning
children.
your mic off if you cut me off again. With adults, like with me, I don't see loot boxes that have that guarantee, that have that free-to-play value, as different than just buying them. In fact, in some cases, I would see them as worse. If it was a store where you could play the game and earn the currency to get the things you want, for me personally, that's better. But I think for the game, that's worse, because the game is going to make less money. And I don't necessarily agree with this is not something on top or secondary to the game. This has nothing to do with the game. I think often the money earned from skins goes into the game. I don't think you can say
No.
it never does.
I'm not saying it never does, but the vast majority of it goes to the company.
The vast
Because
majority
that's how
goes to the company.
we work in
The
the game.
vast majority
No,
goes
it doesn't go towards
back into more
not to
skins.
the company. No, the vast majority goes to the company, and that does not mean it comes down to the actual development.
I mean,
that is just a fact of modern AA, AAA game development. It is the money made from games does not go into game development typically.
So with Blizzard, they started selling game store
Yeah.
mounts, and this isn't like a loot box thing. This is they started selling skins, and their first horse did so well that they invested a shit ton into making more game store things. So in that regard, I'm like, what do you mean it doesn't go back into the game? I can just, that is not
Yeah,
a
that's an
hard and
exception.
fast thing you can always say.
It's not a hard and fast rule. Some money does make it back to development, but the vast majority of it does not. And there are, of course, exceptions to every rule. That's why it was notable when Blizzard did that. But also, yeah, the company's gonna put more money into the gambling thing to get people to gamble more.
Mm-hmm. I
You know what? You know what I think would be like probably the perfect like loot box system. I think
go
if
ahead.
such a thing can be achieved.
Mm-hmm.
Take CS2 system, but take out the trading aspect of it, because the trading aspect creates all those third-party gambling sites, and also lock the actual loot boxes to be behind like ID-based thing where you need to be 18 plus to open them.
I am overall unfamiliar with the CS one. I'm not sure how it's different than like the Overwatch one or League one.
I think it's similar to TF2.
I'm unfamiliar
Yeah,
with
it's
that
pretty
one
much
also.
identical. It like TF2 and CS this system is pretty much identical.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know if I don't think like definitely not having a third-party market for that in the game would help, but third-party markets
would.
form outside of games either way. Like I can sell my League of Legends account to someone.
Yeah, but selling your account versus selling an item is like
Yeah, it's harder.
so
it's
much
definitely
different.
more of
It's harder. It's not worth it. It's way less worth it if you sell your entire account.
Yeah.
So, but you can still sell your stuff through, say, the Steam market. Like the trading is gone, but you can still sell your stuff to the community-based market, like the Steam market.
I am
My thing
gonna.
about loot boxes is just that games did not need to have them before. The money is not really helping game development because it's going like this is why I said it goes to C-suite typically, or to other parts of the business. Like Final Fantasy 14 makes a lot of money, so that Square does other things.
I'm gonna do holidays real quick, and then I'm gonna look over, catch up on chat.
Yeah.
June 25th,
Holidays, these nuts.
Bourdain Day, Color TV Day, Day of the Seafarer, Global Beatles Day, Leon Day, Mitch Lane Day. Leon, it's literally your day. Like, literally you. It's just Leon Day. Mitch Lane Day, National Catfish Day, National Parchment Day, National Police Community Cooperative Day, National Strawberry Parfait Day, World Vitiligo Day. Those are the holidays. I mean, Strawberry Parfait sounds like the fun one to celebrate.
I just think of Donkey, I'm gonna be honest.
Donkey?
Yeah.
Oh, with parfaits?
Yeah.
Good lord. Hi. Tapitniv? Hi, Tapitniv. Thank you for the follow. I think I missed that earlier. Oh god, I was way back there. I know Yulin likes skins. Milk. Skins should be unlockable in game, but I can allow it to be buy. Some of those skins are also prohibitively expensive. 3 again. Hi, Yuki. Why would I want 4 skins/S? Yuki, hi. Hi, Zvi. Hi, Riddle. 96 is half of 99 type of leveling. I like the act of butchering meat, but no game have me that. What are you talking about? That's literally Monster Hunter. Problem is that companies employ psychologists to make loot systems addictive. Yuli hug. Loja, hi, Icy, hi, Loja Riddle. For that, Hextech chests got a lot more rare. Yuki, oh, and usually from a Hextech chest, you only get shards you need to upgrade. Or you roll 3 shards for a full skin. Icy. Wildstar failed because the pandering to the hardcore raid crowd, or the casuals, is economically unviable. Yes, but that's a separate issue, Logitech. There's a few things that failed Wildstar, and what you said with the pandering to hardcore is a massive part of it. But later on, they had their game store, and they were trying to put a lot of stuff in there, and then they just made it so that, like, every day you got 100 of the currency. So it was like, there were people that had the Wildstar store bought out just because they logged in every day for a year. That's a terrible system. That's like, hey, great for the player, I guess, But like, you need a subscription model. You need like some other form of income. Cause if you're just giving everything cool for logging in, you're not going to make any money there. Their store was so unprofitable that at the end they were just like, we don't even fucking care. Just here, have everything. It might as well give you everything since we're not making any money here. Their store specifically was a colossal failure. Noodles, Icy, good morning. Hi, Noodles. Hi, G. Good morning, Riddle. Just be Belgium and ban loot boxes. I got pulled away at work and missed most of the wonk. What a fucked up day. The kids have a skill issue. Even outside of the youth, gambling is a horrible addiction on par. Worse with some bad drugs. Hi, Cairo. Hi, Leon. Hi, Yuki. Hi, Cairo. We're not SK, so we can't have loot boxes. What does SK stand for? Oh. Is that the top clipper riddle? Wait. Hold up, voice. I can't see. Games have been made for adults for a long time. I would not say it's just a teen and children thing. That mean TCG is also gambling. Physical TCG has some value. Digital items have none. But if games have an age rating of 12 or 16, loot boxes should not be part of it.
Digital items have no value doesn't really... it's not true, because CS skins are a thing. Those very much do have real value.
I also think, and like, no matter what it is, technically there is the account that you can sell. It's different, but like... You know, I remember when I had Championship Riven, my League of Legends account was like $500. And it was like, I'm gonna remember that. They re-released the skin and it went down to like 100. And I was like, oh, well, okay then. Damn it, my fucking Chatterino is like being so fucking annoying today. But if games have an age rating of 12-16, loot boxes should not be part of it. Any form of gacha that you can buy with real money. Physical also don't have value when cards warps on their own. Cough, MTG cough. Most of it goes to the company. CEO delivered a successful, profitable game. Thus gets 100% raise from the investors' desire for infinite growth, and at least 100% or 300% profit on any endeavor. I feel like I really don't like the point that like it doesn't matter if they make money if it's going to like the company or the CEO, because like I feel like that's just a secondary thing. I feel like that should just be like a taxes and economics thing, less so than like we cannot justify this system because they're making so much money. That part's weird to me.
That's not the main justification to me, but it is a part of it. I don't believe in separating things like that because they have large knock-on effects. So I don't... Loot boxes came about because of the greed in the game design space that was making AAA development worse and worse. And it supports that greed. And that's an aspect of why I'm also against loot boxes. But I'm mostly against it because of the harm.
Would loot boxes be fine if it was less of a like gambling thing? If there was less like flashing lights, less like celebration? If it was almost like a text-based game where it's like you've leveled up, earn rewards, you click that, and it's the exact same system of Overwatch. And it's like you got this, 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 and this.
I am not at all focused on the aesthetics of loot boxes. I am focused on what it does and its effect.
Okay.
You know what I think is like my personal favorite way of monetizing cosmetics? Battle passes. But I hate that so many games are trying to like push battle pass with FOMO.
Yeah. Or have multiple battle passes going on at the same time. That's really weird.
Like battle passes that is not FOMO inducing are like my favorite. I feel like that's the best system to monetize cosmetics.
So Battle Pass, that it doesn't go away, they're just always available.
Yeah.
Okay. Games have been made.
I'm okay with seasonal battle passes. Like
Helldivers is, I think,
new content.
Does that.
But a battle pass kind of speaks to the thing that you were mentioning earlier, Yulan, where people being able to earn the rewards and the skins. by playing the free-to-play game. You have a free-to-play
Yeah, that's
game.
something,
Here's some rewards for playing
Mhm.
directly, rather
Yep.
than obfuscating that behind the gambling mechanic.
Essentially, like paying to grind for something, which is nice, I think.
I really, really, really
I
don't like
always
battle
like to have something to
passes
grind for.
that are FOMO, that like, you know, they come and go. I really don't like it where it's
Yeah, I
like,
hate those.
buy this battle pass for $20. You didn't finish it. Hi, Kaze. You didn't finish it, so you don't get the rewards. I hate it when you have to buy a battle pass and then it goes away. I'd be okay with a system that's
Fortnite,
like, I'd be okay with a system that's like, Let me catch up on chat more and then go back to season passes.
Yeah, I think I got an idea that you might like.
I mean, TCG is also gambling. Physical TCG has some value. I read that on. We're at 4.2.
Yeah, TCG's about gambling.
But if games have an age rating of 12, 16, loot boxes should be no part of it, or any form of gacha that you can buy with real money. Physical also doesn't have. Most of it goes to the company CEO delivered a successful, profitable game. I'm rereading a bunch of stuff. CS has one legit one-of-one skins. Has legit one-of-one skin. It would not work well. Only your account is TOS. This combo stinks. Okay, Cairo. Then you can watch somebody else. Hi, I'm Lee. Today I've been pretty busy. This has been Leon Day. Okay, South Korea. There's no worse loot box system than one in BDO. The overall monetization is all of gaming is worse in BDO. You can swipe for $1,000 to get items that allow you to have a chance of upgrading an item. That chance a lot of times is like 5%. So in theory, you can swipe for 1,000 to get nothing. Ugh. Apparently Leon Day is just for Christmas and summer. Noel backwards, boring. Oh, that's funny. Ugh. Make it unstink and switch to something else. I thought it was about the talented 1930s pitcher Leon Day. RTV 162, RTV 262. I don't even know what they mean with that. Why MTG card now always bad? Nowadays bad? Buy a new booster pack, open it and put it on your desk. Watch it warp like wavy chips. RTV. Battle Pass like Helldivers is nice. That was more of you saying, oh, the money from the system goes back to the game. Not necessarily, they probably had already planned budgeted for post-release content stuff like loot boxes, Battle Pass, cash out. Just decides where that is focused. Rock the vote. The Gmod thing that would let players instantly vote for a new map game mode, LOL. Oh my god, I'm joining on a walk today. 362. See, Ewan would have to read up on chat, see that we don't like the combo. Ewan, chat, yeah, Noodles, Cairo, Bunny Ewan. Good news, check engine light was just gas cap? Hell yeah. Hi Noodles, hi Kazalari. Hello. Knowing that that can be a thing. Nothing expensive, thank god. Hell yeah. We fucking hate expensive fixes. Season passes. I think a season pass can be done well. I feel like I personally fucking hate seeing season passes. And that's because I've almost always seen bad ones. The first game I really played that had season passes was Diablo 4. And they had some fucking booty ass cheek season passes. They were running every season 3 season passes. There was the free one, which had lame rewards. There was the paid one, and then there was the like deluxe paid one. The deluxe paid one was different than the other paid one. So it was like they just had 2 season passes to go through. All of these season passes, limited time. You could spend $30 to buy one of those season passes, and then not play enough that season, and it goes away. You will never get those rewards. Which is like such a butt system of like, you paid for nothing, right? You paid $30, something happened, because you weren't able to play enough in that time, you know, you lost your computer, or you were in an accident. You just get nothing from that, and that's incredibly shitty in my eye. For a season pass, you know, let's say it doesn't go away. Let's say they just always add more season passes and you just unlock it. I want like a free-to-play method to go through these. And like I don't see I don't see the benefit of like, oh, I'm unlocking this season pass that I can now play through. I don't see the benefit of spending money on a season pass when you have to play anyway. I also am like, how would you include a free-to-play method for this?
I've seen games that
uh,
have free-to-play battle passes where it's here's the battle pass. It's free to play. It's not as good as the premium one, but it's just the free level battle pass.
Mm-hmm.
There's games like Fortnite that gives you premium currency to the free battle pass, so you can buy the premium battle pass after you play it
That
out.
too.
Okay. So a good system
And
would
then
be...
you're
But I do not like Fortnite system because it's very FOMO inducing. Because like once the season's gone, all the skins in that battle pass are gone, never coming back. I'm still haunted by the unfinished Omega skin in my account every time I boot it up from Fortnite season 3, I think. Yeah, Fortnite season 3.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it.
So a good system would be, you have a free pass, and you have paid pass. Let's say you can only go through one premium and one free at a time. They keep adding free and paid passes and they never go away. So like if I started playing a game that's been out for 5 years, there would be like 15 free passes, 15 premium passes, and I could buy one of those premium passes and work my way through it, and I could select a free pass to work my way through it. And playing the game, I could get those things, and I'm choosing which pass I want. One of them is just going to happen because it's free, and the premium I'd have to pay.
I'm pretty sure that's just Helldivers too.
Is that just Helldivers?
Where all the
I heard it.
passes are. Well, it's set that the Helldivers 2 premium quote-unquote battle passes, which are their little store things, still use premium currency. But if you had Helldivers 2 structure where you only had to pay premium currency to access extra battle passes, and then it's just the normal earned currency inside each of those, yeah, that feels very fair. How would you feel about subscriptions as battle passes instead, where you still have seasonal where they phase in and out, but
I don't. I won't like
hold
that.
on. Instead of paying for each battle pass, the game as a whole just has like a yearly fee. You pay a yearly fee and you have access to every battle pass that they currently have running.
That kind of just sounds like a subscription-based game, no?
Yeah, but one of the complaints you mentioned, or you mentioned, was like, oh, I bought the battle pass and then some life event happens and I can't participate in it anymore. So it feels like I wasted my money. But if you were already just subscribed and they just had a new battle pass that you could just join on to because you were subscribed, would that feel just as bad?
I already do not like subscription-based games because subscription-based games is already kind of FOMO-inducing by itself.
I'm not super against the subscription, like giving you a lot of benefits. The first game I saw this was Rift, where they went free to play, but they had a subscription mode. The subscription mode gave you like a monthly currency to use in the game store. It gave you increased mount speed out of combat. It gave you just some benefits in the game that at the time seemed like, this wasn't combat strength. But, looking back at it now were things that like, oh, this helps you with crafting, so that is an advantage. You earn more money by doing this. I like those on paper. I have never seen one succeed. I have never seen a game that is free to play, but it has like an additional subscription, and people buy the subscription. I've never seen one succeed. I think a subscription model for a game is fine. I think that's actually my preferred method. I like Final Fantasy and WoW having a sub to play. That being said, both of them have realized, oh, there's money in a game store, so let's just also have that. And I think having a game store on top of a subscription is fucking bullshit, because it incentivizes a company to put more effort into the game store stuff. So World of Warcraft has like 1,300 mounts. Guess which ones are the fanciest and the shiny ones? The one you can buy for $25, not the one that's like when God damn it, Chatterino just closed again. Not the one that's like what the hold on. It didn't just
really
close.
Up with your Chatterino.
It just fucking nuked off of my desktop. Like, I double-clicked it and it just disappeared. Huh?
Gotta go to the desktop and find it.
What the hell happened? You know, if you have 2 mounts in World of Warcraft... Oh, I can't. Miss... Yeah, this shit's
So
just...
curious about his
God.
setup.
Chatterino. Okay. Well, we've got that back. I fucking
You're saying
hate
subscriptions.
game store mounts in subscription games. I genuinely hate that. But it's profitable and it works. And it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I feel like I'm looking at them as like the finger-wagging fan that has no clue what they're talking about. You know, I can sit here going, Blizzard, you shouldn't do that. It's bad and degrades the quality of the game. And they're like, okay, but we just made like $2 billion, so who cares what you think, right? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, I hate it, but gamers suck at voting with their wallets. And so it's just like, well, can't have nice shit. You guys fucking stink.
I do think I want to see more free-to-play games with a subscription element that allow you to earn the subscription in-game. Because I remember there used to be more MMOs that did that. Like you could use the game currency to pay your subscription.
The problem is that usually fucks with the economy big time. In World of Warcraft, they have WoW tokens. If you can pay $15 a month to pay your World of Warcraft subscription, or you can earn 300,000 gold and buy a WoW token. If I wanted to earn extra gold, I could buy a WoW token on the website for $20. It's more expensive than a sub, but gives you the same amount of time. I can then sell that token on the auction house for whatever the price is going. You can't like set the price. It is based on they have some system that keeps it so that you are just listing it. You cannot decide the price.
Sounds like it shouldn't have been allowed to go into the market space.
It's one of those things that like at the time everybody thought it was awesome. Now that we see the effects of it, we're like, ooh, this wasn't such a good idea.
Had to learn somehow, right?
They're typically going for about 300,000. Logitech might know what they are off the top of his head. Or be able to see it. But I could, you know, if I want extra gold, if I'm like, oh, I need 1 million gold to buy this reputation mount. I don't have time to play. Let me just sell 3 tokens and then, you know, I've got 200,000 on me, so I can just make up that difference. I can spend $60, get that mount, and I gotta think. 3 people then can go look at that and be like, buy a token for 300,000 each, and they've got 3 months of game time. I effectively bought game time for 4 people, myself and 3 others, and there was a transaction game. The problem is, it has had such, like, effects on the economy, because now the game is all about farming gold. The game is, like, going to such inflated values. It is incentivized bots massively, because there's money in it, and so, earning gold means getting WoW tokens, and it's just like, oh god. They were not expecting like the bot problem. They thought they were killing the bot problem, right? They thought it was like, if people are buying gold from us, this kills the bot problem. Because, can't reply right now, playing D4, gotcha. You know, they're buying gold from us, they're not buying gold from dots, and they'll never have a better price from, well, they typically always do. People will buy gold if they have an official method for it, even if it's not the most cost effective. So this will like make the bots go away. That was the logic, that was the line of thinking. What ended up happening is that bots have like exploded since these came out, right? WoW tokens come out, there's more bots than ever, to the point that Blizzard has almost given up trying to deal with them. Every like 6 months or so, they will they'll deal with the bots, they'll do a big ban wave, but like it's you can go to some of the like old areas, like you can go to BFA areas, and you will just see like 30 druids running in a circle, killing everything within a massive area, just pulling it all and grinding it down and looting all things. And they are just like, they're targeting mobs that have low health, drop gold, and you know, running these bots for, you know, a day. They'll come back and they'll have like 2.3 million gold on the characters that they can just, you know, directly profit from. It sucks. It stinks.
Sounds not great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let me throw some game design at you that is, I know this is terrible, but in my heart, I want to believe that it could work out.
Let me catch up on chat again.
Yeah.
Where was he? Oh my god, I'm joining a walk today. So Yulin, we have to read up. Chat, see that we don't like the combo. Yulin, chat, yeah, noodles, Yulin, bunny. Good news, check engine light was just gas cap. Knowing that can be a thing. Nothing expensive, thank god. Evap leak detected. Last time, my rear subframe snapped in two. Yay, you checked a thing that wasn't the engine and fixed it. Wait, what? Glad it's fine. Check the engine, it's still there. Alternator charging system. Issues show a battery icon. Can't even tell you how much pain that brought me. Working at a battery store? Oh god. Mama, I sad, comfort me. Okay. Okay. Keep up, Global.
Damn, I guess people don't like talks about game design.
Kyro's being a butt and being like, don't talk about this stinks, and it's like, kick rocks, it's my chat, I'm talking about this. Alternator charging system issues, that's just Halo Infinite. You can get premium coins in game, right? You can get the premium currency as a Battlefield pickup, HD2. DRG does it best in my opinion. They roll the BP into the free cosmetic shop, like Fortnite, Pat. The new BP drops last get rolled into the free game. Yeah, Destiny 2 also have that, but you still need to buy more stuff on the side. Wait, I mean Season Pass, never mind, huh? Stop breaking Chatterino. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Chatterino. It's like, some days it just fucking struggles. Elon is a media plant by the corporation. Albion did that for a while, I think. But if you die, whether you still lose everything? Can't reply right now, D4. You're playing Dark Dreams, don't die in 2025. The moment money get involved, shit go wrong. Derp. The token helped kill account hacking though, and we don't have dead gnomes selling our gold websites in Oryx Stormwind. That is true. That is true.
Oh.
So in World of Warcraft,
That's an interesting side effect.
I don't know if you ever saw this, but like in old expansions, what bots would do was they would advertise, hey, go to buygoldwow.com and buy gold. And so these would become banned phrases, right? They would start banning stuff like this. You weren't allowed to type stuff like that. You know, very much the same issues with Twitch of, you know, the sites that Twitch deals with and trying to keep them out of chat. That's what World of Warcraft was dealing with 20 years ago. What bots ended up falling upon was when you die, you leave your body there. If you don't, if you resurrect, it becomes a skeleton. But if you never resurrect, the body just stays there. So what they would do is they would make like 50 accounts, run to Orgrimmar, and then die in such an exact way. And they were dying by like setting out a campfire and just killing themselves. They would fall in such a way that it would say like www.buywowgold.com spelled out in the corpses across the main plaza of the town. And it was like, holy shit. And eventually, you know, you'd report this and the GM would come by and like delete all those characters. But you'd see them for like a day or two at a time. And like, that was how they would advertise their website. Because it was very hard to detect for the GMs, right? They'd have to literally come across this in town, in the city. You wouldn't see it in chat. You wouldn't see it in whispers. You would like just see it there and be like, oh my god. And so that was like how they did it back then. And you don't have that anymore.
That that's a real weird side effect. Like, oh yeah, you can just buy these tokens now, and these companies just become less profitable as a result.
Base, you 100% have gold sellers. Have you played Classic? You don't have skip coffee time 3 days now. I remember the corpse ad bots them out, Susan Express. You still have gold sellers. Their only thing that works, their only incentive is that it's cheaper than WoW tokens. That is the only thing they have going for them. And so some people still buy gold that way, but most people are like, I'm okay with buying gold, but I want it to be official. I want to do it through a system where I'm not going to compromise my account. And so the WoW token has been extremely profitable for Blizzard, but a lot of negative effects with it. You had a system.
On the game design level, I am interested in commendation system. I wish there was a way we could attach like currency earning to commendation systems, or earning something in game properly to that. But that would just lead to botting and people getting angry when they're not getting commendations. Like, imagine if Final Fantasy XIV getting commendations after a raid actually gave you something.
I don't like commendations. I think there's things you can do to make commendation systems better. I think so thinking of Final Fantasy XIV, I think the commendation system is shit there. Because there are rewards for getting commendations. There's a mount for getting 1,000 commendations. The way commendations work, though, is... Yes. It all goes to healers. Nobody ever gives commendations to DPS or tanks.
I got a com for DPS, lol.
I get comms for tanking all the time.
Tanks get them, but I feel like
DPS
healers
don't
get them the most. DPS, like, you gotta have some freak. Like, I remember I had a dungeon where it just went really fast. We did like a 5-minute dungeon, and I was like, this other DPS must have been fucking pumping. I'm gonna commend him, right? I remember having that thought, but the vast majority, like, they just don't commend. They just pop out as soon as they can, because they don't want the loot.
That is so true.
There's a conflicting system of last one out gets all the shit in their inventory, and
last one also gets commendations.
And commendations. And so what you would need is like to make the Final Fantasy commendation system a good system. You would need it to be forced, right? You leave the group and it's like, this was the group you were in. Who are you going to commend? You have to give it to somebody. That like has to happen to make it worth, because otherwise it's just like, it just needs to be a resource that is guaranteed. I think it would be...
I wouldn't make it forced, but I would make it so that you can commend outside of the instance. So like, maybe you should be able to look at your past parties or raids, and you should be able to commend people in that menu.
I'd force it. I would just outright force it.
But that would make it more valuable, because people who are just trying to get through content or just trying to play the game aren't likely to react. But if you get a commendation and that system is in place, that means it's probably it's probably worth giving you something for it.
I would force it, just because, and this is something I learned from WoW, not being able to guarantee rewards is very frustrating. This is why Legion was so successful in one of the best expansions, is because they added the artifact weapon. You no longer got weapon drops. Everybody just had like a weapon attached to their character that as you got artifact power for doing anything in the game, you leveled it up and it got stronger. So let's say doing a dungeon gave you 500 artifact power. That meant even if you didn't get loot from the dungeon, you got that 500 artifact power. And it had an interesting catch-up system where, like, let's say you leveled up your artifact to level 10 in the first week. Well, when the second week happens, everybody gets artifact research that makes it so they get more artifact power increased by like 50%. So you're still 10 levels ahead of somebody that starts like a week late, but they can catch up. You'll always be a little bit ahead if you do the same stuff, but like, let's say they start a week late. By week 5, you two will be the same level. You'll be 10% into the level, and they'll be like 0% into the level. But like, if you've done all the same stuff, you'll be ahead, but that gap becomes smaller and smaller as time goes on. So I like forcing rewards for content you do, and with commendations, you could go into a system and not get any commendations, right? They could all go to the healer. But I feel like just knowing that it's like, okay, that means they really like someone else in the party is a difference than like people just aren't voting. Because I think that's what happens now. There's just a lot of people not voting. I would want a card like the end of Monster Hunter as well. So at the end of a hunt in Monster Hunter Wilds, it'll basically say like, this person applied this many buffs. This person did this many sneak attacks. This person like broke this many wounds. And I feel like you would need to do that. You would need to give people a reason to vote for the tanks and DPS, right? I feel like a guild card. I feel like a card at the end of a dungeon that's like, this tank mitigated 80% of the damage they would have taken. Just showing some metric, and like metrics that actually matter, ideally, would be a good system. This does open up to the system of like, you've got DPS who, this DPS did 50% of the party's damage, and everybody starts padding numbers and like not really playing the game ideally as they should. And you open up that toxicity, that bag of worms.
The reason I wouldn't tie it to any kind of requirement or any kind of stat printout is because that's the good thing about the commendation system. There is no pressure to commend people. There is no requirement that you commend people. If you're interacting with the system, it is of your own free will for a reason you have decided that you are commending someone. And I think that is way more valuable than commending than showing like, oh, most damage, most block damage, most healing. That's not that's way less valuable at that point.
Then I would not tie any rewards to it.
I don't know what to do about the role-based problem, because healers and tanks are definitely going to get them. But like, as a tank who is not good at Final Fantasy, I will say most of the time I do get commendations. I think people are interacting with the system often right now. It's just the role problem.
Yeah, I'm definitely guilty of only giving commendations to tanks and healers.
I was being a troll with the healer. I'm like, I want some corn candy, and like, how many corn candies do you want? I'm like, 8, because that's the max I can get of wounds in a dungeon. Like, no, you can't do that. I'm like, but I'm like, challenge and stuff that they're like, they're laughing. That's funny. So I just gave them a comment. I assumed they gave me a comment. That was just the DPS, man.
Hi, the noob. This is gonna sound crazy. League of Legends had a good commendation system for a while.
Fuck League of Legends.
I think you're right.
Thank you for the call. They had a commendation system that was like, who do you want to commend, and what do you want to commend them for? You know, good strategy, good map awareness, good togetherness with the team, and
Bro, I'm in a server that people play League constantly, and it's not toxic only when the streamer joins. This is all offline, by the way, but it's so funny. They're like so communicative, and they get a bit toxic. But I tune out of it after a while. Just leave.
Cairo.
I have a reward. It's a summoner icon that it was Santa Baron, and it was only given out to like the top 13% of people that had the like, this is a nice player commendation. So like, by League of Legends literal own stats, I have gotten a reward for being a nice person.
Imagine.
I don't like.
Cairo, I think Final Fantasy 14 raids are pretty not toxic. Like it's encouraged.
The only toxic thing is when
it's
Hold on.
encouraged to do random raids like dailies on your roulette. So a lot of people are just going to be doing it. So most people are kind of just trying to get through the raid and not actually interacting with each other, and most of them, which means it's just kind of nothing. Every now and then you'll find some people who are willing to like chat and have fun, and every now and then you find someone who's
They are almost
pug, just
they are almost identical.
looking for.
So, in WoW raids, you have the 4 difficulties. You've got LFR, which is a thing you actively queue for and go into. There is normal, heroic, and mythic, which is something that this is your guild. Normal and heroic, you can pug. Heroic is, sketchy as a pug. Those are kind of difficult until the end of a patch. Mythic is like, you'll only ever see a guild doing that. In LFR, people aren't interacting. They are just trying to get through it without talking to anybody. The moment there's a wipe, the moment something goes wrong, everybody starts blaming, everybody starts saying, kick this slur tank, get rid of these trash healers, this guy's not healing, he queued as a healer but he's DPS, get him out of here. It is like the vitriol comes out.
Yeah, pugs aren't really a thing in 14.
In the raids you can't queue for. Hi Ty. In the ones where you this is a guild group or a pug group, they get really fucking toxic the moment there's problems. Obviously in Mythic, there's always problems, right? In Mythic, you're not one-shotting everything. You are, especially on progression Mythic, you are wiping to a boss 50 to 800 times. Mythic WoW is one of the most toxic cesspools you will ever experience in gaming. Final Fantasy is almost identical. You have alliance raids, which are 24 people that you can queue for. You also have standard raids that you can queue for, and these are like the easy difficulty. Typically, people are trying to just not interact with each other, or they're very joking. The people are pretty talkative in the Final Fantasy pug raids that you queue for, and typically having a good time. Once problems start, they start getting a little bit toxic. I have seen in the Crystal Tower, there's one fight where it splits you into 3 groups. In those 3 groups, half the group has to stand on a button, the other half can kill a boss. So what happens one tank is on the mob. There's 2 healers in each group. You need like 1 with the group, and then like 2 DPS with the group. And the other healer and 3 DPS are supposed to stand on the button. But if people don't know that, they just go fight the mob. And so what'll happen is, there's not enough people on the button, the mob isn't dying. And so group A and B will kill theirs in a reasonable manner. They'll look over, and C has done no damage. And they're like, hey C, get on the button. C, stop being stupid. Individual name, individual name, individual name, individual name. Stop being F and R slurs.
I have not seen that.
It will get.
Seen that.
It's so rare because this raid in particular is like so easy that like.
I know which one it is. Each like A has to press the button for C to kill the mob.
Yes.
B has to push the button for A or some etc.
So 14 Alfars as brain dead as Alfar. It's almost identical. They're a bit more chatty, but like when proms go wrong, they become horrible people. And I don't know what difficulty is which. All I have heard though is that the highest difficulty of raiding in Final Fantasy is identical to WoW. That is just so toxic. There's a bunch of egos, there's a bunch of toxic crap, there's a lot of misogyny, and like women do not raid at this level because they're just dealing with sexual harassment. In fact, we have known somebody involved in the sexual harassment stuff, so it is very unfortunate. All right, we gotta.
Can we walk through Elpis?
We have, but we're not today. Camera's over here. Wah.
I will say, like, from my perspective as someone who doesn't do much Alliance raids, I haven't unlocked all of them and stuff. I mostly do 4 and 8-man stuff. When wipes happen in those groups, what I tend to see happen is, okay, the jokiness lowers, and then someone will say, okay, here's what the mechanic is. And then if a wipe keeps happening, then the toxicity happens.
Yeah, and I've seen that with WoW, where like a wipe happens and like not right away. It's far more 4-man raid, no, 24-man raid. It's far more common that like in WoW, a wipe happens in LFR and it is just like bad group here. Actually play the game, you effing R words. There's a 1-button rotation now. How do you fuck this up? And it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude. It's one wipe. We're gonna be fine. It is almost...
Oh, it's funny.
LFR is so easy that 1 tank and 1 healer could probably solo it. It might take them 30 minutes per boss, but like it's genuinely that easy. It's what will wipe you is like, here's a one-shot mechanic. So there's a boss, it's like the 3rd boss or something. He goes up in the air and he drops a bunch of these little like pylons. One of the pylons will start sparking. You go around it, it creates a bubble. The boss then slams down and creates a wave. If you're not under the bubble of that pylon, you die from the wave. You just will. And there'll be a lot of people that don't know this. So the first time I did it, all 4 healers didn't know about this, died, and then it was just the DPS slowly died out. And then it was like the tanks and 2 DPS, and the DPS were like trying to do their off healing to keep everybody, but it was too much eventually, and it wiped. It was like, it took 15 minutes. It was a whole waste of time. At the end of it, it was just like, that's the way it was. Hi, Star. Immediately at the end of that, there's like 10 people like, this tank is shit, this healer is shit, the DPS are shit, everybody in this run is shit, only I'm good. And it was just like, guys, it was one wipe. Just explain the mechanic, because clearly there's new people. I would say they're identical.
It's a group effort, man. Not just one person.
Guys,
plus, I just laugh every time we wipe to fucking Crystal Tower, and like I just laugh. I don't care.
Yeah, the raids in 14 feel a little bit casual because you're just copying roulettes all the time. So it definitely feels like people aren't willing to put in that energy to get mad straight away.
Hi, Dinos.
Oh no, Yulin is getting all twisted and destroyed.
Yeah, I'm just moving my trackers.
There's also the fact that a roulette system exists for sprouts in a way.
That is
playing with new people.
That is one thing, Cairo. Like
that's only comes with. Sorry.
When you go into a dungeon, and there's a huge incentive in Final Fantasy to go do old dungeon. It is like in WoW, you do your mythic dungeons with new players that are max level. But other than that, like old dungeons, there's no reason to go back to like last expansion's dungeon. In Final Fantasy, they've got this like roulette thing that's like, hey, here's your dailies, go do a dungeon of anywhere in the game, you're randomly queuing into it. And because a lot of the dungeons are required for story, they constantly have people queuing up for them that are like max level to help you do them. And so it's actually a really good system to see a lot of the old content. And when you're like max level and you see somebody new, it's not like, ugh, we have a fucking newbie going through story. They're not going to know the mechanics. They get a message that says, somebody in this dungeon hasn't run it before. You get a bonus 20% currency so that, because you're helping a new player, and like you see a new player and you're like, yippee, fucking extra loot. So it's
Hell
like,
yeah.
they actually have a really good, like, old dungeon
I'm like,
previous
okay,
content
fine, I'll
system.
stay.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of deal. I was like, oh yeah, okay, fine, I'm just gonna stay.
Mm-hmm.
I may be doing Praetorium for the second time today, but at least it's extra
Praetorium.
currency.
5.6.
Praetorium.
I just want it for the XP, so I have to do it.
It's better now. Praetorium is
Yeah.
way better now.
It's way better now. Way better.
It's still the worst one.
Still the worst. Way better.
Eh.
It's like they cut the content there in like half, I
Mhm.
think.
So you're forced to do old content?
Egg.
No. Okay. So here's the thing, Kyle.
There is a currency called tomestones, which you can use at NPCs to get like certain types of armor, weapons that are usually like max level for a patch or expansion. And you get those from doing the roulette. The roulette is the random dungeon choice. Like, so you will get extra experience and currency just by doing the roulette once a day. And you can also get extra just from playing with new people. So that's useful because you get a ton of tomestones just from doing the roulettes.
Portal. Anchor.
Portal.
You do old dungeons as your dailies. It is personally way better than WoW dailies, because WoW dailies are like, here's a bunch of random quests that you did while leveling, and here's like a light version of them. There's 8 world quests per area. They also have, WoW has more of a focus on weekly quests now, but they're the same things every week. In Final Fantasy, they don't have those like world quests throughout the zones. What they have is colliders. What WoW has, or Final Fantasy, is you can get, I think it's like 1,000 of this tombstone currency a week, or maybe per day. I want to say per week. And you will get certain amounts for doing content. The door is up here, right? So there's like 5 roulettes you can do. There's a raid roulette, which queues you into a random raid. There's a dungeon roulette. There is a high level dungeon roulette. There is an alliance raid roulette. And then there is a story dungeon roulette, story raid roulette. So there's 5 that you can do. If you do all 5, you will get your max currency in like 3.5 days. If you don't like any one of the particular things of those, you can just skip that and probably get it in like 5 days. I don't like doing the raids, so I would always do the alliance raids, which were the 24-man raids, and the 2 leveling dungeons. And I would get them in like 4 to 5 days, and I would cap out my currency for the week. If you don't like doing those, like let's say you don't like the low-level dungeons, you skip that one. If you don't like doing the raids, you skip that one. If you don't like any of these, you're not a PvE player, so you're probably, like, you don't really care about the currency from getting these anyway. I mean, that just sounds like busy work. I don't know what to tell you. I think the roulette system is a fucking awesome system, because if you like the PvE in the game, if you like raiding, that's what you're doing. It also makes it so that people who are doing these for the first time, you and your bra's missing? I'm aware. If you are doing these for the first time, let's say, you have queued for a dungeon, and it is like a level 36 dungeon. That's the entire game is queuing for that dungeon. It is not just people that are level 36 or level 35 who are at that part in the story. It is everybody doing their roulettes is queuing for that dungeon, which is a really fucking good system. Because one, there's like cool dungeons from old WoW, right? You know, there's dungeons there's like, oh man, I really liked the dungeon in Legion, you know, the Maw, where you're on the ship in the underworld. That dungeon was fucking cool. I haven't run that dungeon in 5 years. Like there's no reason to run that dungeon in WoW. Whereas in Final Fantasy, you queue for the leveling dungeons, and you have a chance to get that. You'll probably see it once every 2 to 3 months. And so you're a lot more familiar. Hi, Zuvi. You're a lot more familiar with all of the dungeons in Final Fantasy because you see them a lot more. So it scales you down to the dungeon.
There's also an extra cool gameplay mechanic because it scales you down.
Mm-hmm.
Because it not just scales down your numbers, it takes away abilities that you would have later.
That's good and bad.
It's good and bad. Because it's good because Final Fantasy is trying to get you to understand its systems, and it's incentivized that you understand how these skills work at different levels.
And you're not going to just like
so it's a bit
carry
of a gameplay challenge.
the lobies. Takes away your abilities. Yeah. So like, let's say you're playing Ninja, and you get Sahasa. It's like you are level 16. You have the abilities you had when you were 16. You are on par with the person in that dungeon who is leveling. You'll probably still do more damage if you're like raid geared, but like you are not just going to one shot everything. Game fucks up your rotation intentionally. Yes. Now that is the problem where there are certain breakpoints where it's like, I fucking hate playing this class below this level. For ninjas, that's under level I think 42, because that's where they get their AoE. And not having AoE fucking sucks in these dungeons. Well, okay, so Cairo, see, this is the good thing, because then if you were a big PvE player and you wanted to cap out your 1,000 tombstones per week, you would skip the leveling dungeon. You would skip that one. You would only do high-leveled leveling dungeons, which are a minimum level of 50. So you are going to have your base core rotation, and you would get the Alliance raids, the raids, and the story raids. Remember Maw Mythic Plus being painful? Yeah. It's you wouldn't have to, if you really don't like being scaled down to level 16 and losing abilities, you can skip that one.
I kind of like it because it makes it less monotonous when you're going through dungeons, because you have to kind of be conscious of, what level am I on? Okay, these are the skills I'm going to be using.
I cannot sing the praises of the roulette system enough. I wish WoW had this, because WoW is, when you're leveling, you queue for the default dungeon system, or you literally only level when it's a time walking week. If it's time walking, everybody's doing that for like cosmetic rewards, and you can level pretty fast through those. If it's not a time walking week, leveling through dungeons is just miserable. It fucking sucks. Yeah. And like,
going back through roulettes makes all these characters and story events so memeable, like Praetoria, and then all the Praetoria memes.
And then, what is it? If you're leveling through a specific expansion, let's say you're leveling your 7th character, and you've done this zone 6 fucking times. You're like, I'm gonna level through the fucking BFA expansion. Nobody is queuing for those dungeons. Nobody is there because there's no like random selection to get you there. It is literally only the people that have leveled their 7th character and are just like, damn, I want to level through something else. I'm going to level through BFA. It is only those people there. So you finish a zone, and the zone, finishes with, hey, go do this dungeon that solves the problem of this zone. You're like, okay, and you queue for it, and it says, time in queue, or estimated time in queue unknown. You're not fucking getting a dungeon there. It's not gonna happen. Your best bet is to message your friend on your friends list and be like, hey, can you run me through this dungeon? Because I'm not completing this quest otherwise. That shit sucks, and I think the roulette is a absolutely perfect solution to that.
The roulette plus the new game plus system means that you can always go back and enjoy both the cutscenes and the raids and dungeons from old content, and you'll be playing it just like it was on release. You'll have all the same abilities, you'll have a full party, and you'll just be able to enjoy it.
Where were we? We crashed Chatterino.
Again?
No, not again. I haven't caught up since then. So, oh god, that's 40 minutes back. Elon is a media plant by corporation, but if you die with all those, you lose everything. Your apply right now, D4. Token help kill account, Season Express. Okay, I'm actually not that far back. Fuckers parsing in WoW. Cheaper to get Overwatch 2 skins by playing WoW than by playing Overwatch 2. Fuckers parsing in WoW is already bad enough. You should not be getting rewards for placements because people play like shit intentionally to get good stats. That system outright sounds brain dead. Every time somebody makes the smallest reason for you to actually touch 14, y'all tell me some whack dog shit that's in the game, Lamau. Yeah, but like that's just you looking for a reason to not like it, Cairo, because we're explaining like an objectively good system and you're like, ew, I hate it, no! Why was the system catch-up based though? This party member pulled X packs while party was already in combat. God, hi Mikilan. The guy who stands in fire to get bigger number. Yuli, how toxic are pug raids in 14 compared to WoW? Hi noob, hi Pickleland. Eland a nice guy, I can see that. Why I'll give it to you. Oh, you're a nice person. You only said 3 slurs that game. Well done, Pug or LFR. You need to communicate for a Pug. Pug's not a thing in 14. They are. In 14, you have the things you can queue for, which is like literally the LFR difficulty. Then you have like, you have raids, which are on, I think it's normal, hard, savage, ultimate. I think that's the ordering. And ultimate is like the mythic rating. You got to be fucking on point. Everybody's got to be like doing the right thing. Savage is a step under where, for the most part, if execution is good, you'll get it done. And you can pug savage, but you expect a lot of wipes. And then I think the normal is like it's better than the, you queue up for this, but it's gonna be fairly easy. Where are my trailers for Immersion? Tomorrow. Not that I know of. Oh, that sucks. Why? No. There's a lot of pugging in 14. Because LFR sucks ass. It's a boneless raid where Daddy Blizzard takes you on a tour of what the raid looks like. LFR's good. What are you talking about? You can just not do LFRs. It's literally great for the people that can't commit to a raid schedule. I never get those raids. They make you grind for good gear, but everything kill you and you do jack shit to the thing you fight. So is 14 LFR as brain dead as well. LFR, well, that's the fun of raiding. Don't know if you were told, but no repo. Yeah, no repo today. Oh my god. Katarino, I'm gonna fucking stab you.
I can't
heard
stab
that
it.
14's queued stuff is easier than WoW from Yulin, just mechanically.
Mechanically, I'd say the stuff you do in the queued raids, like both of them limit to the absolute brain dead. You need 5 people in the group doing the right things and you'll win. I will say, I'm trying to think if there's both of them have like, most fights are like nobody's gonna die, but then both of them have some fights where it's like, if you don't know this one mechanic, you're going to die. So like, in 14, you got to get behind the meteors. You got to run out when the guy at the end of Crystal Towers does his big slam, and if you're still in range, you die. In WoW with the current raid, you need to run under the pylons when Vivaboom or whatever does his slam. You need to know to swap sides on the Gladiator Pit, otherwise you get a dot that just kills you. Stacks up. There's a lot of stuff that like you need to know this one thing across the on a rating. Don't know if you're told. Wait, 4-man raid? No, 24-man. Damn, Yulin is calling me a lot. Yuli, you know how my bro and I stopped playing in BC and came back for Legion? We were such old heads. He looked up how to tank the raid before starting LFR. That's funny. I do not look up fights anymore. I am way too old and haggard and tired for this. Good afternoon, cutie. So you're forced to do old content as a max level player for dailies. That's also stinky, Zuby. Wow, dailies also suck. Both sound bad. Sorry, my grandma called me. Why so yellow? I mean, that just sounds like busy work. Well, is PvE not doing the highest tier of new raids? It is, but like in WoW or Final Fantasy, you're going to be doing dailies to supplement that. Aerodol, High Cryo, High Z. So it scales you to the dungeon level, takes away your abilities. This game fucks up your rotation intentionally. That sucks. I remember Maw Plus being painful. Congrats on another walk. Some of those roulettes don't even give tones, but diff currencies. Roulettes sound bad to me, but less bad, LO. Yeah, just that. If the queued stuff in 14 is as easy as Alfaro, that sounds boring as fuck because you're hardly playing the game at that point, then don't do them. Just don't do them. Good job today. Thank you. Man, if only there was a way to stop all this content being worthless and empty as you level without these convoluted systems of altering levels, adding or removing abilities, or having to bribe players to go back to lower level places. If you enjoy the gameplay, no LFR isn't good. You don't have to do raid mechanics basically at all. Good night, he who wins. If you want to see the story, sure. But otherwise, there's no reason for anybody to do LFR. Well, what do you get from the roulettes is the best gear from the highest level raids in 14. Hold on. Well, what you do... Bleh, I'm having trouble reading this. What do you get from roulettes if the best gear is from the highest level raids 14? What you get is tombstones that you can buy gear with that supplement like good pre-raid gear or gear for other classes. Let's say you have a decked out scholar and you want to gear up your warrior. Well, you can get some pieces of gear from doing tombstone stuff for your warrior over 3 or 4 weeks and have a full set for that. Hi, Overlord. Bro, who's that tiny anime girl? Talking about this one, it's Grianne. This one's Kaze. They are completely optional.
I will say that I didn't actually start doing daily roulettes until after Stormblood. That's three of the expansions. So yeah, you don't have to touch that at all.
Yeah, you don't have to touch that at all. There's a few bonuses to them, right? So if you're leveling, you can do all these roulettes. If you're level, like, let's say you're level 70 on your warrior and you're leveling your tank, but you don't have story quests, the fastest way to grind is just to queue dungeons, which is roulettes. Your roulette is like the bonus you get for doing it the first time that day, but it's just the leveling dungeon queue. If you're a tank, the fastest way to level is to do that. But let's say you don't want to like really like go hard at it. Let's say you want to like be really efficient and maybe spend an hour doing roulettes a day, maybe 2 hours, and get like really dense experience from dailies. You'd be like level 72 on your warrior. You'd queue your leveling dungeon, get half a level. You do your high level dungeon roulette, get half a level. Now you've got a full level. You do your story raid. You do your alliance raid. You do your standard raid. You've gotten 2.5 levels for not that much time investment. Much faster than if you were just raw queuing dungeon. What's level cap in 14? I have no reference for level 70. I think it's 100. I think 100 is max level right now. And so roulettes, if you do them at not max level, hi Shion, you get good experience. If you do them at max level, you get tombstones, which is currency that you can buy gear with, which is either raid ready gear, or just raid ready different class gear. You don't have to buy within your class. And so do it. Not Uma time yet. Don't forget to download, by the way, you time. Bro, I miss Terra. I never got into the late game of Terra. I don't think I did a single raid or end level dungeon. So he can download it all preload. The roulettes are just... So wait, does 14 not have dungeons? What? Fuck. What? We've been talking about dungeons this whole time. What do you mean does it not have dungeons? Slow down. I not be mean. What?
So in 14, and you can correct me, this type of dungeon raiding content is separated into 2 things. You have trials and you have dungeon. And the trials tend to be just the boss fight.
8 man.
The dungeon.
8 man.
There is...
Yeah, dungeons tend to just be actual Dungeons Traversal. It has like a mid boss and usually a final boss at the end. It's not as hard as the trials, but
When
it's
you-
still kind of hard.
When you make a character, your first dungeon is at level 14. 4 man. It's a dungeon,
I thought
4
it was
players.
15.
15 or 15, 14, 16, I don't care. Every like 5 levels will be a new dungeon up to level, I want to say 50. Then you get the story raids, which is an 8-man thing and kind of its own thing. We don't know why they're their own queue thing. You will also at level 50, because this was the end game for like 3 or 4 years. There are some raids that you unlock, which are 8 players, which are different from the story raids. These are not mandatory. The story raids mandatory. The standard raids not mandatory. So we have 4-man dungeons, we have 8-man optional raid, 8-man mandatory raid. There are also trials, which are an 8-man raid, 1 boss. So this is what you think of with Final Fantasy fights. There's no trash. There's no like, hey, you got to kill all 4 bosses. It is 1 singular boss. The first one of those is around 20. It's Ifrit. And there's like, so in the first expansion, there's like 3 trials. I'm gonna guess like 8 dungeons, 3 story raids, and I'm gonna just, I'm making this up off the top of my head, 4 raids. In the like extra content, they add like 2 dungeons. They add 1 trial. They add the Alliance raid, which is 24 people. Hi, Leon Shields. Also, Leon Shields, it's Leon Day. It is literally Leon Day. Every expansion that comes out, they add about 8 dungeons. They add 3 trials. They add an Alliance raid, which is 24 people, and they add maybe like 2 or 3 raids, which is 8 people. They typically don't add story raids. They don't do that anymore after the first expansion. The story raids are just Castrum and Praetorium, right?
It's 3 different ones.
But it's just those 3.
Ultima. Yes.
No story.
There's dungeons. There's 8 raids. And there's 7. Wait, extremes. I'm just thinking extremes, like, because you need 7 mounts for that shit.
But just the story raids, they only have those 3 because they were required for the story to do them, but they have not added any more in later expansions. There's been no raids that are mandatory, except for 1 Alliance raid, which was required.
I could be wrong, but I think Alliance raids are optional.
The Crystal
Endwalker
Tower
and
is
beyond.
mandatory.
That's the only mandatory one.
Mm-hmm.
What we should be telling Cairo is that if you want to understand, you should just get the Final 14 free trial that now includes all content up to Stormblood.
So
and
raids...
you'll be able to experience this raid system yourself and
but you can't interact with the market board, nor retainer, nor trade, nor send friend request, nor invite party in any way possible.
The raids now are just optional content? Is that different than any other game?
Yeah, there's tons of optional content in 14.
The Crystal Tower is the only non-optional.
Yeah, and he takes 6 years to do stuff. Preload, yes. Yeah, it does. Wait, what? Raid, bye, guys. Bye, Riddle. Also, it turns out new War Thunder patch turned air-to-air missiles into bouncy balls. So they'll just bounce off enemy planes. Oh, that sucks. The cutie patootie taking a walk. Why not walk over here and come sit in my lap? Okay, alright. You talking about something you're passionate about is adorable. Come sit on my lap. Keep talking. Okay. We're not sitting on anybody's lap yet, okay? That's after stream stuff. 102 heckin' melting. 102? God, can I see what it is here? It is 91 here. You have to do the raids in WoW to see the story. What do you mean? Okay, but like that's the same in Final Fantasy. What? In Final Fantasy, there is the trials which are required by the story. You have to do the trials. Those are the 8-man singular boss. You have to do those. The story raids are like 4 bosses or 3 bosses and 8 people, and there's 3 of those that are required. So when you hit level 50, you have to do all 3 of those. The trials replace the story raids? Yes. The other raids, the ones that are like, this requires 8 people, there's trash, there's 6 bosses, those have all been optional and side stories. Those are the things that, they usually come out after the main patch. So like Dawn Trail came out, there were no raids that launched with it. And then the first patch added a 4 boss raid, I believe. It could have been 4 trials, I'm not entirely sure on that. The raids, they don't add many. I think they only add like 1 per expansion, but they add 3 trials. They're very like strict on this. 3 trials per expansion. That is like, this takes 8 people and it's the 1 boss fight. And then in the after expansion content, so like there's post-heaven, there's Heavensward and then post-Heavensward. And the post-Heavensward, they will usually add 1 trial as well. What's the hardest content? Trials or raids? The ultimate version of either of those.
Oh yeah, the ultimate version of those, because they have different difficulty levels.
Is it Savage or Ultimate? I thought Ultimate was over Savage.
I think Ultimate is over. I think Ultimate is over, because I remember fucking a raid group doing, I don't know what they call it, fucking top UCOB or whatever they call it. They fight Bahamut. It's the more harder than the Savage, and you get a legend title, which is stupid. But whatever.
There's raids, dungeon, and trials. Some are required for story, and others are optional. Feeling getting cutie by the passionate sentence. Savage raids are the hardest, nothing hard. Savage raids are not the hardest, I believe. And nothing hard is a statement that I don't know if you can claim to say, Kaze.
Oh, what did I do?
Nothing.
I just what I'm from here. You need to actually coordinate a Savage.
Yeah. But you said nothing is hard, and I'm like, huh? What? There's plenty of hard content in Final Fantasy.
I get what they mean. There's no hard mode. It's normal,
everything is normal.
Normal,
and then there's Savage.
There's difficulty up there.
Then there's Extreme, which is the extreme version of a trial, and then and then there's Ultimate.
Forgot about Extreme.
I don't know, the casual stuff is like hard.
Like the story stuff
Normal
says
stuff.
hard now. It's actually hard.
There's nothing.
I confused him. Okay, leave me alone.
There's nothing in the story that is like, you need to do the mythic version of this raid. There's nothing like that. That would be fucking stupid as hell. You have to do like the lowest version of a raid if it's part of the story.
Yeah, they make harder versions of raid content for the post games.
Yes.
I like how we're trying to explain it to Cairo, which it's funny.
I like how I feel like I have
just
a
try
decent
the
understanding of it, and then you two keep saying stuff that I'm like, wait, what? That goes against what I know, and you're making me confused.
I'm sorry, I confused the word, okay? Don't bully me. Don't murder me.
I'm excited.
I'm excited. I'm not going back to FF anytime soon.
I
want to go back when the 0.4 patch comes out.
0.4, that's gonna be like in a year, no? 0.3 is gonna come out soon.
0.3 just came out, I think.
Yeah, brother man, this convo is just making me more confused.
Did it actually?
I feel like I need a whiteboard for you, Cairo. I feel like a whiteboard would just carry me so fucking far in explaining this. And I'm gonna be honest, Cairo, I feel like you're the type that like you're biased toward not liking it. So like you're picking out the one little thing that's minor that you don't like and focusing on that instead of all the good things I'm saying about it. Half the time I feel like, when we were talking about roulettes, and it's like, this is a good system that is totally optional, that scales you, the players, so that, people going through the story don't have really long queue times for story dungeons. And it incentivizes old players to do it to get rewards at max level, and also is very accommodating to new players, so nobody's toxic or mad at people doing it their first time because they get bonuses for doing that for their first time, and the whole thing's optional. That's like a 12-point sentence of like why this is good and accommodates specific issues in a good way, and you went, you lose abilities? What the fuck? And it's like, that's, even if that's the problem, you can avoid the leveling dungeon roulette and do all the other roulettes. Like, why did you lock in on that, damn it? And so I feel like
What's true?
I feel like you're biased against this and just wanting to hate it.
To,
Really
try and
optional.
shift the conversation,
Mm-hmm.
where do you stand on recommending people to get the story skip, like when they first play and then do New Game Plus to enjoy the story?
Fucking never.
No.
No?
I hate people like that.
I
No.
don't
Enjoy
hate
the
them.
story.
I don't hate them.
I hate
If somebody is like, I don't care about
you
the
have an alt
story,
account-
I just want to play with my friends at max level, I just want to do the raid they're doing, I'm gonna say, okay, don't get a story skip. Level your character at least to 50 to get a like somewhat understanding of the thing, and like if you buy a story skip, you're actually gonna have a really tough time leveling because the MSQ just pours experience into you. Just do the fucking quest. Press the skip button on the dialogue so that you're just doing the actual fighting of the quests and whatnot. You're doing the dungeons. That would be the best way to level
Even-
if you don't like the story.
That's kind of
even-
why I
Go ahead.
recommend the story skip, because like you can skip to the highest level
Mhm.
and know that you can always play with your friends, but then you go to New Game Plus and you can play through sections that don't bother you.
Even if
pick
you
up on
do
the
get
story.
skip story, you still have to level your character, which
Yes.
is the dumb thing. Like, what's the point of skipping the story if you still need to manually actually level the class, character, whatever?
So
Oh, they
So
sell-
like,
sell
there's no
the-
point.
The level up stuff though.
so if you
Yeah,
story
that's
skip,
more money to put.
you actually don't have a way to level. So if you are like level 1 and you buy a Realm Reborn story skip, which by the way, there's story skips for each expansion. And so like you would need the Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, Dawn Trail story skips if you really wanted to get to that final raid that they're all doing. That whole system is crazy convoluted. How much are those? It's like $8 each, but there's like 6 of them, and it fucking adds up.
I think the first one's the only one.
And then you have to level
Really?
up your class
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
a story skip is not gonna level your class at all.
The story skip has absolutely nothing to do with your class. So if you make a character, you're level 1, and you buy that first story skip, you don't have a way to level. You are literally grinding boars out in the field to level. You are literally
But you can.
Yes, Cairo. Yes, it's a job
you can't
well,
class.
he's
purchase
just correcting me.
Job level ups.
You can
Cairo,
purchase
so you
job
can
levels
purchase
up.
that.
So like what we saw
Which-
Quinn do is he bought all the story skips and then he bought the samurai job level up and died like a bitch because he didn't know the game, and then he's like, this game fucking stinks, the story's not even good, and everybody's like, go fuck yourself and get off my game. If you were like, I don't care about the story, I just want to raid with my friends,
Just skip it.
here's what happened. No, I'm gonna say don't skip it. Skip the story with like the little skip dialogue button, but don't actually buy any skips. Just do the story, just do the quest, go through it so that you level up to 50 in a decent amount of time. This will give you a good understanding of your class and some of the systems. You'll do some of the dungeons. If you want to raid with them, do a level 50 raid. Because every single raid in the game has a like, you can do this at a scaled version, and there are like cosmetics you can get. There are relic weapons. And so if you want to raid with them, you can do like this relic weapon raid, and they will have a reason to do it. They'll be like, yeah, I could, get my relic weapon on Scholar. Let me get that glowy piece of shit. And there is a reason for them to do that with you. And then you can actually do a raid and like have fun. And it'll be hard content because you are scaled to that level. Your stats are like set to, can you do this at this level? High cap.
Also, Can I add the relics? I believe they're optional
They are optional, yes.
for the
Yeah.
past. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're optional. There's just raiding options for you to do without going through 300 hours of story. So if you got into the game, let's say Cairo and Cap got into the game, and 6 of us like had been playing the game for years. We've been raiding at Dawn Trail levels, and it was like these 2 want to start raiding right away. We could just like, let's do a level 50 raid. Level up your character. Final Fantasy 14. Let's just do and this is all hypothetical, Cap. Don't actually get into Final Fantasy 14 unless you already are. Let's do a level 50 raid. You 2 will experience what raiding is like. The 6 of us, this isn't wasted content. We're unlocking cosmetics by doing this. And it's kind of fun to go back to these raids now and then and do them at a scale level where you're not just one-shotting them. That is what you would do if somebody is getting into Final Fantasy 14, they want to raid, they want to do the stuff like that. There is a reason to do old raids like that. And so, let's say you really liked it.
That content is free.
Yeah. Let's say you really liked it. Let's say you were like, that was fucking awesome. I love raiding in this game. You're going to go through the story. At that point, you might buy story skips. You're going to level really fast. I would say go through. I think the whole point of the game, I think the best feature of the game is the story. I really don't want people to buy story skips, but like, let's say you just like, I only care about raiding at the new stuff. I want to see the modern stuff. You're just in that niche bracket of, I want to raid, I want modern stuff, I want to raid with this group. After doing like that, seeing what it's like at level 50 a bit, then I guess I would buy fucking story skips and a level boost. I think that is upsetting to me. But in a very specific niche situation, if that was what was fun for you, I think that would be the way to do it. I really think you should try a level 50 raid first, though.
Just fucking level your class that you want. If you don't like it, then go level another one. It's like, it's not that hard.
I'm to be Ewan's
The reason I usually recommend it is just that while I thought it was fine going through Realm Reborn, I do know people who I definitely would not accept that level of quality. And being able to view that in like as a movie or using New Game Plus or on YouTube, I think is a good option for those types of people. Yeah.
I think of Realm Reborn, it is an old MMO. If you like classic WoW, you're honestly gonna like a Realm Reborn. It's not that bad. There's a lot of people who fucking struggle with it. There's a lot of people that are just like, oh my god, these quests fucking suck, blow my brains out. The real problem is you finish a Realm Reborn and you're about level 50. You then have post a Realm Reborn. I was so sad to learn you can't be a blue mage, somebody told me. Pyro, I had the exact same thing. Where I was looking at the classes and I was like, I like druid themes. I like nature. I like hunter. I want to be the nature class in Final Fantasy. What does that? Blue mage, they've got beast abilities. That's our class. What do you mean that's not a real class? I went through that exact thing, Cairo. Not even 14 players think ARR is a slog. It is, but like, here's the thing. Cairo likes classic WoW. I don't think he'd dislike a Realm Reborn that much. It is old systems for sure, and it is not as polished and modernized as newer stuff, but like, it is old, but for the most part fine. And it's worse because people tell you it's worse. The first thing you're gonna hear, like, you're going through Final Fantasy 14, and people are like, what level are you? A Realm Reborn, oh dude, it sucks. I hated a Realm Reborn. It's such a slog. When you get told by 10 people that it's awful, it's gonna start becoming self-fulfilling. When you expect it to be awful, it's gonna be awful. That doesn't justify it. I'm not saying it's amazing, but it's not as bad as people make it out to be. It's one of those things where it's like, I've also did ARR. It's a slog. I did it too. I quit an ARR.
I did it. I quit once. I was fine with ARR my second time going through. That was before they cut a lot of the quests. But I'm also just a very different person for stories.
Exactly what Micaiah said. A Realm Reborn is honestly not that bad. Post A Realm Reborn was 100 quests with capped experience. And so Post A Realm Reborn was post-expansion content before the next expansion. I'll be hopping around for now, kind of still feeling exhausted. Bye, Cap. Thank you for stopping by. Post A Realm Reborn was basically 3 years of like drip feed content. Like they add 10 quests here, they had 20 quests here, they had 10 quests here. Over 2 years, right? But they didn't increase the max level. So the experience is like super capped there. And so like what you had, like once future expansions came out, let's say Stormblood was the current content. You would level 1 through 50 in A Realm Reborn, and it would be at a good pace. You'd be leveling with the expansion. Then you get to Post A Realm Reborn, and it was 100 quests, and none of them were all that good. There was quite a few fucking fetch quests of go over the world to this place, now come right fucking back. 100 quests of just, you're not even leveling. You do 50 quests, and you're level, like, you're 60% through 50, and it's like, dude, this fucking sucks. Oh my god. They have toned it down. They have trimmed it a lot. So now instead of 100 quests, there is like 40 or 45 quests in Post AR. It's still a bit of a slog. It's still like not perfect, but it's so much better than it used to be. They took out a lot of those, they trimmed out all the like just bad quests.
The biggest reason I can give someone in this chat to play Final Fantasy XIV or to try out the trial that you'll be able to play with your friends.
Yeah, the trial is free, and like literally it's just play this game and stop listening to what people tell you about it. It's exactly the same as WoW, whereas like if you stop listening to the motherfucker in your ear telling you how to feel about this game, just try it. If you're not having it, ask people like, you know, hey, what about this? What about that? If you're still not feeling it, uninstall it. But like, it's one of the things that like, you will probably have fun if you just play it. It is a really, really good story. Combat is bad, but it only gets better. Like, it never regresses. Like, level 1, you've got 2 abilities. Use this one. This ability sucks unless you use it after that first ability. This one hits for 200. This one hits for 100. It actually hits for 300 if you follow up that 200. So it's 200, 300. 2.5 second global cooldown. Sucks, it's miserable. But it only ever gets better. And Final Fantasy does one of the coolest fucking thing, Kairos. Every expansion, they update their visuals for a lot of classes. So like, if you're a healer, one of your filler abilities is, if you're a scholar, it's called like Boil. You literally just, or Broil, I forget. You literally just take an arcane orb and shoot it. I bile it. In Heaven's Ward, that becomes Broil 2. And it looks cooler. In Stormblood, that becomes Broil 3. And it looks cooler. And so it's like, your shit just is upgrading, even if only visually. And so it's like, it literally always just gets better and you always feel stronger and stronger.
And sometimes they just rework the ability completely.
Sometimes they just rework the ability completely. It's even ARR. If there's any time to skip story, it's post ARR. Even that I wouldn't skip, because that has one of the like iconic revolutionary raid fights called motherfucking Shiva. And like, I remember the first time I saw Shiva coming from WoW, I was like,
oh, I love Shiva.
I didn't know you could do this. I didn't know a raid was allowed to do this. Holy fucking shit, dude. Shiva is so good. I'm now going to tell my Shiva story. So my friend, one of my dear friends, Helena VR. Is she streaming?
Oh my god,
right now?
Helena.
She is not. She gets into Final Fantasy.
She pushed stuff about Final Fantasy 14.
She gets into Final Fantasy 14 because her friend Dyrus, yes, TSM Dyrus, has told her Final Fantasy is a lot of fun, you should play it with me. And so she's like, okay. And so she gets on. I'm like level 70 on my main character. And she's like level 3, right? And so I meet up with her and I'm like, hey, so you ready to start leveling? And she's like, I don't really know what to do. I was like, what do you mean you don't know what to do? What's your story quest site? And it's like, I'm too low level for my story quest. You just made your character. How are you too low level? Oh, I bought a story skip. The fuck? Why did you buy a story skip? What is wrong with you? Well, Dyrus told me that, A Realm Reborn sucks, so I should skip it. And he also told me that if you have a character above the level of whatever you're playing, it levels faster. So I want to play Red Mage, and I want to play Scholar. And so I want to have those leveled. And so because I'm going to be leveling 2 things, they're going to level slow. So I should boost something high so that it's like those level faster. So I boosted Dragoon. And I was like, okay, hold on. Let me just think about this for a second. Let's talk about jobs first. Do you want to play Dragoon? No, I have 0 interest in playing Dragoon. Why did you boost that then? Because Red Mage and Scholar will level faster now, Yulin. Why didn't you just level boost Scholar and primarily play Red Mage while leveling and play Scholar at the high level stuff? Well, I still want to play them. And like if it's max level, I'm never going to play it. So I boosted Dragoon. Okay, whatever. This is okay. I think you should have boosted Scholar and just done that in dungeons and been scaled down to your Red Mage's level. And, you know, outside of dungeons, been Red Mage, but fine. Whatever. I'm just going to move on past this. You bought a story skip? Yes, I bought a story skip. I skipped A Realm Reborn because Dyrus said it's bad. How are you going to level now that you don't have story quests? I don't know. I thought it'd level with me. All right, Talena. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to go out there outside and you're going to fucking kill boars. They're going to give you 10 experience and you're going to need to kill 50 to get to level 4. There's not a better way? No, there's not, because you threw away all your story quests. And so for like 3 days, she had to grind like fates and hunting log things and get like a pittance of experience to get to level 15 so she could do dungeons. She then grinded dungeons for like 2 weeks straight because she had to do dungeons to level Red Mage and to level Scholar. She gets to 50 on Scholar and she can finally like start playing the game and do story quests. And I've been roasting her the whole time. I've been like, next time don't listen to Dyrus, listen to me. I don't even think he told you this. I'm pretty sure you just heard what you wanted to hear and it was completely fucking wrong. Red Mage starts at 50. I think she was just leveling Scholar then, or I guess Arcanist, because she didn't even have Red Mage at that point. Dyrus shows up 2 weeks later, and I hate Dyrus at this point. At this point, I'm like, this fucker has caused so much problems for Talena with his stupid ass advice. I cannot wait to hear his dumbass explain and justify this. And he's like, hey Talena, how's Final Fantasy been going? And she's like, oh, it's been fun, but I don't really understand your advice, Dyrus. It seems a little weird. What do you mean? Well, you told me to buy a story skip for A Realm Reborn, and then I was really hard to level. And he's like, no. I told you to level to 50 and then buy a story skip. And I'm sitting here like, this bitch. Dyrus told her exactly what I told her, and she just is dumb and heard everything wrong. Dyrus told her, level up to 50, and then do the story skip so that you skip A Realm Reborn, because at the time it was a real slog. It was 100 quests of like just really monotonous and tiring quests where you didn't get any experience. And she heard, buy a story skip right away, where he's like, you won't have story quests to level to 50. You need those. So buy a story skip once you get to 50. And then he's like, okay, I don't know why you did that, but that's really stupid. What else did you do? And she's like, oh, well, I boosted Dragoon. You boosted Dragoon? I thought you cared about Red Mage and Scholar. Well, I did, but you said I'd level those faster if I had something at max level. And he goes, yeah, so boost Scholar and level Red Mage. And she's just like, oh, and I'm sitting there like in her chat like, you fucking moron, what did I fucking tell you? I'm like full caps just keyboard warrioring it up right now. And like Dyrus is Dyrus is sitting there just going, oh my god, Talena, you're so stupid. Oh my god, you're trolling me. And so he's like, okay, you skipped a Realm Reborn. This means you missed the Shiva fight. We're gonna go do that real quick. We're gonna try and salvage this. I wanna make you have fun with Final Fantasy. Let's go see if we can get a party for Shiva that is synced. And they couldn't find anybody. They could only get like one other person. And so he's just like, fuck it. We'll do it unsynced, but I'm going to do no damage. Turn your BGM, your background music, all the way up. And let's go do it. And so they go do it. She's healing. She's keeping them healed up. He's tanking. This dumb bitch. I love Talena, but this dumb bitch... She turns her BGM to 0. And we're like, Talena, 100.
No!
He wants it at 100. How did she turn stream on? Talena, he wants it at 100. And he's like, no, he said max. Yeah, so all the way up. Max down. Max means down, guys. No, Talena, it means all the way up. She goes into the fight. She just ignores us. She's like, I'm not listening to you guys anymore. All I'm gonna do is just listen to Dyrus. They go into the Shiva fight, and the thing that makes Shiva so cool, Cairo, is that it is a very, like, orchestral, ambient fight, and then Shiva, the ice boss, freezes the party, does a bunch of damage, and after that transition phase where she freezes everybody and does a bunch of damage, this fucking dirty guitar comes in with this awesome solo, and it goes from an orchestra song to a rock song with like actual lyrics, and it's fucking incredible. And it's like,
and then she steps on you.
This is one of the most dynamic like music things I've ever seen in a game, and it is so fucking cool. And that it's tied to mechanics in the fight is just awesome. You literally just feel a certain way when you do this. She turned her background music to 0. So she's literally just fighting the things. You hear ice attacks going off from Shiva go now and then, and you just hear Shiva smacking Dyrus, and like the literal generic sound of like metal hitting a shield every like 2 seconds, and like that goes on for 10 minutes, and we're just spamming chat just like, Talena, you're dumb, Talena, you're dumb, Talena, you're dumb. After the fight, Dyrus goes, so Talena, what'd you think? Pretty cool, right? And she's just like, Dyrus, that fucking sucked. That was awful. And he's like, you didn't like the music? What do you mean that sucked? That's like one of the best songs ever. That's my favorite song. I've never seen Dyrus show emotion other than this moment. And Talena's just like, oh, you told me to turn the music down to 0. He starts screaming in his mic peaks. It just cuts out because he's literally screaming. And he just goes, I told you to turn your music to 100. You're doing this on purpose. Nobody's this dumb. You're trolling. You're trolling me. Nobody is this fucking stupid. Like, he's visibly angry, and you can hear it in his voice. And Talena's just like, oh, I'm sorry, Dyrus. Oh, I didn't. Oh, jeez. I'm just really tired. And she's like, she's just like, I've been up for 14 hours. I should just go to bed. And he's like, yeah, go to fucking bed. I don't want to talk to you for another 2 weeks. It was.
This reminds me.
So
When
funny.
I was in college.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Man, I miss my Shiva fights.
Go ahead,
talking
Scribble.
video games. I met this guy because we were talking about like Metal Gear Revengeance in the group, like on campus, and this guy on the edge was like, "Oh yeah, I didn't quite like that game." It's like, "What do you mean you didn't like that game? It's great."
What do you mean you didn't like that game?
He doesn't. He only plays video games muted.
Oh God.
That's crazy. Imagine playing a game and you don't actually enjoy the music of that game. Jesus. What a
I
crazy
get it.
person.
There's some games where like the music just fades in and out, and they'll have like 5 minutes of no music, and it's like, oh, I can't have no music. I gotta play my own, and it's really annoying swapping
But
back
to
and
have
forth all the
that
time.
as your default way of playing
Yeah,
is wild.
that's crazy to me.
It's not like, I'm going to the game and turn off the music.
Mhm.
No, my screen, my TV is muted whenever I play games.
Oh God, what the?
I understand turning off music if it's like not your first time playing through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like, Turning off music
People
for the
are
first time
crazy.
is how? Why?
People are crazy, I swear.
I don't play membership just to play that game. Nah, even 14 players think AR is log. If I made an alt character, I just skip AR dialogue. Okay, I quit AR. 2 AR is fun. Post AR now. That is the slog. I was so excited that Expedition 33 has a blue Majel, but I started again and it was fine. I'd be hopping around for now. Yeah, pushing a stick with a hoop was fun until television was made. Illy, what if I make some kind of stream goal related to 14? I don't like masochistic goals. I really think you just don't want to play 14, Karo. I would personally love to see you go through 14, and I'd be like right there with you the whole time.
Please don't skip.
But like,
I'll be there too. Totally.
I don't think you would. Well, I think he might enjoy it, but I feel like it'd take a while for him to get his stride with it. I feel like it'd be annoying. This whole convo makes me want to resub. I'm in post Heavensward. Micaiah, Heavensward is like where the story starts. Okay, here's the thing with story in Final Fantasy. A Realm Reborn and Post Realm Reborn is all world building. Your first time through it, it's kind of like, it feels like it's a real slog.
Magical.
It feels like it just sucks. Then you watch somebody go through it. After you've done Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers, and everything in A Realm Reborn has so much more significance that it's like really, really, really fucking cool. And so like, A Realm Reborn just has this issue where it is good, you just don't know it's good when you go through it and you hate it initially. Heavensward, the story fucking turns on, especially in post Realm Reborn. The story starts going really fucking hard. There's a lot of stuff they set up in A Realm Reborn that starts
That was
actually getting
when I started
payoff.
really loving it.
Post Heavensward, pretty good. Stormblood, I would say that's the low point of the stuff after A Realm Reborn, but it's still like a 7 of 10. Stormblood is still really fucking good. Shadowbringers is like peak. Shadowbringers and Endwalker, that shit just like, it has been building for 10 years, and they start doing like One Piece level, like, hey, you saw this thing 10 years ago, it's relevant now, and it's coming back, and it's critically important to the story. And especially in Endwalker, a lot of like loose threads just start slamming together, and it's really fucking cool. Dawn Trail is like, okay, how the fuck do they follow that up? It's good, but it is like, you know, it's very similar feeling to A Realm Reborn, where it's like, it's starting a lot of startup. It's building stuff, but they're not smashing together threads that you've been, what about this 7 years ago? What about this 3 years ago? Holy shit, they're relevant now. It's not, it has zero payoffs like that in Dawn Trail. That's the thing I always say, like everybody says the story is the best thing, but the gameplay is kind of eh. Kaze and the 14 sales team. Nope. Yoshi P is a butt. Not adding hats for me. They did. They just did though. That's like a thing they just announced. I got to level 30 twice. Both times to find the class job, whatever I was playing, and liked was replaced with one I disliked. Also, I really didn't notice much of any story. A Realm Reborn it's all set up. It is all world building. I also kind of have the thing, so I'm gonna guess, Vi, that you wanted to play Archer, and then that became Bard, and you were just like, ah, fucking man. Or what else it would have been? Maybe Gladiator to Paladin. They're the same class effectively. They just have extra on top, right? I would say Thief to Ninja is the same class. Although in other Final Fantasy different, right? In this game, when you play Gladiator, you know, the gear you're getting, you kind of feel like a Gladiator. When you get Paladin, you start getting light attacks, light themed attacks, but it's not like you instantly start looking different. So why don't I just play 6 that has peak story and great gameplay? This I need gameplay to be fun, and it's just MMO gameplay. I mean, if you want to play 6, I don't feel like that's exclusive to 14. Hi, Ewan. I'm Violet. I like Black Mage, Naruto, Cairo. Also sets up for Heavensward with amazing already. Hi, Violet. What's a story skin? Story skip. That was an interesting face healing. This one?
Was post Endwalker referencing 4 or 6?
Oh, I don't know any of those connections. Anytime it's like, this is referencing this one a lot, I'm like, cool. I can't wait to get the one that references Ivalice. Because that's the only one I know.
I pray for it.
Yeah,
I was hoping to see more in Dawn Trail. I heard there's something optional that I missed that had a connection.
I felt clueless half the time playing FF14 because like FF14 is the only one I've played Final Fantasy.
Well, so here's the thing. If it's referencing one of the old ones, it's not like it's bad. It's not like you don't get it. You just don't catch the reference, right? To you, it's just like, oh, this is a boss.
Oh, a monster.
Yeah.
Or a character name, but not the same character. They'll still be introducing it to you like it's new.
Pay for Scholar, because it starts at 30 and Regimage starts 50. To be fair to them, leveling a class can help you level it. High delegated. Regimage starts at 50. Yuli, how does she turn her stream on? Or the computer for that matter. So Yuli, hi Violet, hi Devil. Second energy drink kind of day. I never got past the tutorial in 14. UI was too confusing. People who peer pressured me into it just refused to assist. There are people that get others into MMOs, and I can't fucking stand them because they're so bad at it. My guild leader in nap time, he tried getting his wife into WoW, and all he ever succeeded in doing it was making her never want to play WoW. This fucking dumbass. She plays a Blood Elf Hunter, and he just sits behind her for an hour. Why did you do that? That was dumb. Oh my god, why'd you do that? Oh my god, what are you doing? You gotta equip that thing you just got. Like, basically just riding her ass the whole time. And it's like, buddy, how would you think this is a fun experience in any capacity? I roasted him for years over this. I was like, if she ever wants to try again, she's leveling a character with me. I will level a character with your wife. I will, like, answer any of her questions. Nothing else matters, so like all the things that she's doing wrong don't matter at level fucking 5. Just let her have fun with the game. Just answer any questions that she has and just like go along with her. And that will make the experience fun for somebody. Fucking, oh my god. Noodles, if you wanted to get into Final Fantasy, it's you. So I could probably do it. But I could level a character with you and make it fun for you. So Yuli, is there any way to like a big stream to get a taste of 14? Like, could I do AR in a 24-hour stream? To get a taste of it, no.
Fuck?
I think it would be very difficult to get a taste. I think you'd have to do like, you'd have to do a stream that's like, we watch the story and we go through the first dungeon. And then after that, we kind of just dick around, maybe do Palace of the Dead and grind that because you fucking like grinds like that, and find some things to do for you. No, it would be level through the story, get through not Palace of the Dead, get through Sahasa, the first dungeon, and then go through Palace of the Dead once, and go through the Golden Saucer. I think you could do that in a first stream, and that would be a good experience, because you're gonna fucking love the Golden Saucer.
Hell yeah.
Palace...
we just spent all day in the Golden Saucer doing events.
I mean, this dude loved the PSO2 casino. He's gonna love the Golden Saucer. Like, I'd be down to do a big 14 stream as a goal. You could figure out how to pack it into a good experience. I think what I just described would be a good experience.
That's like level to 20. Is Sahasa at 20?
Sahasa is 15 or 16.
That's that pirate one, right?
15.
Yes, 15. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's like an hour and a half, probably.
The story gets in the way of gambling and fishing, like all MMOs. I have so much MGP.
Imagine having how much.
I am only missing one mount from the casino, and that is the 3 million mount.
Okay.
I have overall
Is it
earned
the
like
4%
5 million total or something. It's the big ship that sits 4, yeah.
I thought that was 4 mil.
It's 3 mil, I think. Please don't tell me it's 4. I'm never kidding. Like, I'd give it one more try.
It's like a pretty, like, yeah, that's a pretty good idea for a, hey, sample 14 at the base level.
I will level your wife. I'd have to re-find all my account stuff. Honestly, Noodles, it sounds like you got fucking nowhere. Just make a new account if it's too much effort.
I have 2 lost accounts in this game. It's fine.
I have 1 lost
That's
account.
crazy.
I'd give it one more try. I just have 0 hopes for it because last time I was like legit peer pressure and then nothing for help from like 5 people. Yeah, that's booty cheeks, Noodles. If it sounds like Cairo wants to try it, I would tag along with that, Noodles. If Cairo goes through with this, I would just like that day, you know, make Cairo do it on a day that you can be there the whole time if you want to do this, and just level together. Just be in a call, stream together, you know, comparing and just hanging out while you level through this. There would be some benefit to picking specific classes because the city you start in chooses your class. You know, if one of you starts in Ul'dah and one of you starts in Gridania, it'd be less interesting than like kind of going through the story together and be like, oh, we're doing this. You wouldn't be able to do your little instances, scenarios together, but it'd be more interesting to be in a party and like hanging out together while you
You just pick the best city in Eorzea. Limsa Lominsa.
I do agree.
It depends on what class you choose and what the city you're gonna be in.
Yeah, so
you gotta be able to sample the RP scene, so you gotta go to
Well, there's also different stories wherever you start. Honestly, like a little different story.
I did my
before
phone number,
level 15.
New accounts need a binded number. I thought they needed a binded email. I didn't know they needed a number. That, or you can use the same number for multiple accounts. I'll also resub and be on my own side quest while hanging out. Yeah, if they did this, I would resub for at least 1 month and kind of just be like available. You know what I'd be doing,
I would
Chernobyl?
resub just so I could be with Yulan.
Oh my goodness.
Lol.
I would be on the fucking whale and I would just be casting a big old whale shadow on them the whole time. That's what I do to Core when she's in Final Fantasy. That's what I do to Cairo and Noodles. I was thinking like this could be a 1K follower goal or something, so it might be a while. Oh, not gonna lie, Cairo had the same idea. Hi Archangel, you heckin' cute as fuck. Oh my. Okay.
Alright, it's been fun chatting about 14, but I gotta go do an errand.
Bye, have fun. I hope
Bye,
your
have
errands go
fun.
fast.
Goodbye. Bye.
Come here first.
Goodbye.
Come here first.
Okay.
Come here.
Damn. So needy.
Needy
to
when
go?
I'm the one giving head pats.
I can't get down. I'm on
Press C.
PC.
Press
Oh,
C. I can't get down. I'm on PC. It says.
Well, aren't we all in PC,
Spoing.
lol?
Okay.
Broingles, your
See ya.
banana antenna. Bye. Yeah, here's the thing, Cairo. You could do this for a follower goal. What I think would be better is when the next expansion drops, do it then. You don't have to buy the new expansion. Just do it then, because that's when everybody, and I mean everybody, will be playing. One of my absolute favorite times playing Final Fantasy was right when Shadowbringers dropped, and Twitch Prime did a benefit of you know, if you have Twitch Prime,
That is so true.
you get a Realm Reborn for free, you get a month for free, and everybody with Twitch Prime was playing. It was this crazy thing. In World of Warcraft, there were 2 types of guilds, right? There was like your friend group guild that has like 5 to 10 people and like not that many people playing, or the Zerg guild where it's like you've joined a guild through trade chat and there's 300 people and you don't know anybody. Maybe you're one friend that joined with you. When I was playing Final Fantasy Shadowbringers, I joined Lele's guild. It was, you know, multiple content creators guild. There was Lele, there was Proxy, there was Townie, there was Shizu, there was Soma, there was Anubis. There was just so many
Anubis
of these
is still there.
streamers that were there, and their communities with them. Because I was in all these communities, I knew everybody. It was this like golden age of, and this will never fucking happen again. You would see 50 people online, and I knew every single fucking one of them. Not only that, Whoops went and made their own guild that was like a sister guild in the same server and area, and you could go hang out in their yard, and you could see literally 30 people in their courtyard hanging out, and again, know every single one of them. I would see Flame Wolf, I would see Otis, I would see Kumi, I would see Drekwiz, I would see Tofon, and it was just like, I know all these people. There's 50 people online and I know them all. This is so fucking rad. And it was like the numbers of a Zerg guild, while the familiarity of like your friend's guild. And it was like, it was fucking incredible. And Final Fantasy does that when a new expansion comes out. It's very similar to like when WoW has an expansion. Do you want to play when everybody's playing, or do you want to get into it on your own? I would absolutely recommend, especially since it's free for you, getting into it when everyone else is playing and when you see a lot of people and there's a lot of people that would hang out with you.
I would say do it on patch day as well, not just the new expansion.
I would say do it like a month before. I would say you know, they've announced this, oh, well, I guess that is patch day. An expansion is going to come out.
Will be coming out soon.
This expansion is coming out. Get into it a month before, because there's going to be a lot of people that are eager and like joining in, and the numbers are going to go up and up. And like Hobbit says, the worst time, because you know the servers are going to be slammed right on patch day, there is going to be like a week of, there's going to be issues. I'm on Fairy Aether Micaiah. There's going to be issues, and you know, there's probably for like 2 months right after an expansion, there's going to be queue times. They're usually not going to be that bad, but there will be queue time. I still think that would be a good time, especially if you were just planning to stay on for like 14 hours. You'd have to get through that queue time once, and then you're golden. And it's not going to be like, unless it's like the first day, it's not going to be like a 3-hour queue time. At most, it's going to be like 10. Server shit the bed for weeks whenever a new expansion is out. I've never had it be for weeks, but the full server's leaving now. I don't know if you want to mention the Novice Network. Nope. Leave the Novice Network. Just talk to me. Just talk to me and other Final Fantasy players. You can start on patch day, just not new expansion, since game is overloaded when everyone wants to join. Server on Aether Fairy. Wasn't really bad on Dawn Trail release. Dawn Trail release was a lot better, but you know, it wasn't Endwalker. It wasn't like everybody's like, I gotta see the end of the story. Shadowbringers and Endwalker were pretty slammed, but
I feel like until we get like 2 more expansions in, and they will get worse. But like DT's like, from what I hear, what I think they said is like a new AR, new beginning.
Yeah.
But people still complain because they're bitches and they don't understand.
Yeah. God, this fucking conversation has me wanting to play Final Fantasy.
You know, we can play.
No.
Same.
I don't want to play right now. I
don't want to play either. I unsubbed for a while. I'm like, at least let me last a week before I sub again.
I'm
or
already
2
like
weeks.
full committed to like when Core plays, I'm gonna resub. She's like at the beginning of Shadowbringers.
Tell me when you resub so I can just stalk you slow.
Okay.
Right, Toggle? Right, Toggle.
It's watching people go through Final Fantasy 14 is genuinely such a like good and fun experience. It's God, I'm seeing it so much. It's so good. There's so many story moments that are the equivalent of Sephiroth stabbing Aerith that you're just like, I need to see this. I need to see their reaction to this. Holy shit.
From what I know, Lay's FC is not dead, but like there's not many people online.
I know Proxy split off for the raiding group.
Proxy has his own FC.
Yeah, if I were to get back into it, I don't know if I'd care enough to like join Proxy's group or
It's
stay in
dead
Lele's
too.
group. I'm like I fully adore both of these groups, and so, all I know is I have my apartment in the FC, so you can go to the door and go to my room. It's like on the second page, I think.
I think it's gonna transfer.
So that'll stay. Like if I change guilds, I'd keep it. It's a gem shop.
Yeah, it's still gonna.
It's like a little gem boutique where you come in. There's a bathroom on the left. There's a counter. There's a bunch of gems behind the counter.
I remember going to room 2 when Proxy left on LA's FC, and I just went to room 2. I'm like, okay.
The back. If you take the door to the back room, you're in a kitchen, and then connected to the kitchen is a bedroom. Not super expensive, not super fancy, but I'm super happy with how it came out.
It's just one bedroom.
I hate Final Fantasy housing. I think it's so limiting and restrictive. It's better than a lot of games. But coming from like Rift and WildStar, I hate the housing in Final Fantasy. You talking about FF makes me not want to play it, but cuddle you while you play it.
I'll play it, but then again, I'm not playing it. Nope.
I
want a free ticket.
I want to play it. I also just don't want to. I want to see the story and stuff. And so, I'm not planning to play on my own until the next expansion after Dawn Trail. Right now, I would like to get through WoW videos. I would like to bang out the last like 12 videos we have to make there. And then I'd like to unsub. There's not really...
I'm waiting for 7.3 and then I'll join back in there.
I could see myself resubbing for the next raid patch, but like... Even then, I don't really know if I want to. I
don't watch the Minecraft movie.
I still haven't seen that.
You can watch it. I have it on Amazon now.
We'll see. There's like 2 weeks of just like, I don't want to make any plans with anything because I'm booked out for 2 weeks. Today and tomorrow, I am preparing for the trip. Friday through Monday, I'm going to 2 family reunions. I have to drive 6 hours to them. When I get back Monday, then I'll be back Tuesday, and I need to kind of just pick up my schedule and pick up my Terraria playthrough with Selden, Forever Pies with Sheepy Logitech Senril, and then Xenoblade with Cairo. And then I would like to get fucking back into Avatar work between all those things. So that's where
I want to get into Avatar work in general.
It's hard, and I don't like accepting help from people, but that's really like the best way is just need fucking a mentor. You need somebody to sit with you and teach you.
Darth can do that for me.
Darth would
get his attention.
Darth would be a great person for that if you can get them to agree to that. It's one of those things where it's like
I will.
You're absolutely asking for a massive favor from them. You're absolutely asking like, hey, baby me and take care of me and literally like do this for me.
It's literally, I just need like reviewing, and I just need to remember like everything basically from Blender and Unity. Since there's new shit, it's gonna be actual babying. Right, Doggo? Right, Doggo.
Oyo is back, and I'm very tempted to raid him. Alternatively,
raid Proxy.
I don't get to raid Smug a lot, and Smug is playing Peak. I think
I don't understand what Peak is.
You're just a Boy Scout, and you're climbing to the peak. That's it. It's just what's that one game? Up? No, not Up. What's the game where you're in the pot and you've got the weird hammer and you're just going up?
Getting over it?
Getting over it. It's just getting over it. But you're not some weird guy in a pot. You're a weird kid in a Boy Scouts uniform. I'll sit in for emotional support while you're working on it. It's the climbing game, but co-op. Getting over it is with Bennett Foddy. Fody. Getting over it with Bennett. Wait, hold on. Is that actually part of the name? It's not just getting over it, it's getting over it with Bennett Fody? Huh.
Yeah, I
I
think so.
don't know.
I've literally never heard that.
Get it over it. Get it over it. Get it over it.
I've always just said getting over it.
Getting over it.
We're going to Smug. Smug is playing Peak. I think this game is really fucking funny. I can see that Spacefish is there. They have someone else there. I think it might be... I'm not sure. I was saying it might be Frozen, but I have no idea. And 3.
Max
Yeah.
playing Dark Souls 2.
What?
No, they're playing Peak.
Yeah. Where did Dark Souls 2 come from?
Because it's Peak.
Okay. I'm gonna fucking throw you. I'm gonna throw you. Oh my god. I'll be right back.
Bye.
Dark Souls. I'm like, I just got stun locked there. I was like, what? Dark Souls 2? What do you mean? What do you mean by Dark Souls 2? Huh? Had to pick up the doll. That there. I'm gonna go get the other doll. Ah. Ugh. Upstairs instead of downstairs. Ugh. Okay. Behavior. Look at me. Fine. I'm happy with that. That's cute. We are going to Smug Little Bug. Oh. Here it is. This. That. This. What the? Logitech did the socials for me. Thank you. Trade Smug Little Bug. Except now you can drop bananas so you can have your friends slip on it and fall off the mountain and laugh at them. Oh my god. Why they're called Fodian games. Rage games meant for streamers. Fodian. Bayuli Lamau Grian is so funny. Bayuli. Like Liar's Bar. Oh, okay, I get it now. Dylan is such a cutie. Thank you everybody for keeping me company. Day 706 still does not feel like it's been 706 days. Later tonight, nothing. We have nothing planned tonight. Normally Wednesdays, Repo with Koyo, but nothing. Nothing tomorrow. Normally would Blade tomorrow, but have our trips. But yeah, go say hi to Smug and Spacefish. They're playing Peak. This game looks really silly and funny. I love you. Bye.